going to give you everything that you need to get started to jump into the game. If you're doing it for the first time and you don't know anything, a lot of people say that DDO is quite intimidating because there's a lot with all the past lives, the Reaper trees, the Destiny trees, all the different nuances that the game has being 18 years old. And then if you add that with all the different classes that we have, the races, the iconics, the archetypes, and how to make all these decisions for abilities and coming up with a build, it just can be very overwhelming. But DDO is very unique in the sense that it has a really complex build system, but that can be extremely rewarding, especially if you like that kind of thing. So it really is amazing. It allows for thousands of different types of builds compared to other MMOs. You're pretty much free to do whatever you want, which the good news is you can come up with a great Uber build all by yourself, but you can also make something that is completely terrible. That wouldn't be very fun to play. So we're going to try to cover all the basics in a guide that will allow you to have a solid foundation of understanding some of the concepts. So when you make a decision, you'll be informed. But obviously, DDO is a very sort of complex game. We're not going to cover every single system in it, but we'll do our best to cover just about everything that a beginner would need to jump in to play the game. Just right off the bat, the game is free to play. You can download it and you'll be able to play for free. You don't have to pay any money. There are numerous microtransactions that make your free to play experience better. Something to keep in mind if you do come into DDO and play for free, that it doesn't include, there are no DLC content. So what I mean is if you had a friend who was playing and wanted you to run Ravenloft, you can download the game, play for free, but Ravenloft isn't included in the free stuff. You would have to buy that separately because it's DLC content. And that also goes for if you decide to become a VIP and sub to the game and pay the monthly fee, the DLC content is still not included in that VIP sub. In order to access like Isle of Dread, for example, if your friend wanted you to go play there, you have to purchase that as a separate. From starting, you gain, just for free, you gain access to most content. There are things that you will notice as a difference between VIP and not VIP, but whether that value proposition makes sense to you, a lot of people play without being a VIP and they just buy piecemeal the things that they want. Something to keep in mind though, if you have friends who are playing, likely if you want to do any of the latest, coolest content like Ravenloft, Feywild, Isle of Dread, Sinister Secret, the new Magic of Mythdraenor that's coming out, those are all extra DLC. You have to buy them separately, and then they each have a fee associated with them. Some of them are older and now they're on sale. Some of them you can buy with Astral Shards, which is the currency in game for the store. You know, you can just go to DDO.com and look and see what the prices are for each one. Not that you need to, though. You can just log in and play for free right now. There's a lot of things to learn about the game. We're not going to really focus on like how to come up with like an Uber end game build now. We're just going to basically focus on questing and what you can do to just jump into the game and have fun. And something that's really interesting, you can see this is the character creator screen here. If you have any familiarity with Dungeons and Dragons or the Player's Handbook, or even other MMOs like WoW, for example, you're going to see things in this list here that are very similar. They group it melee, spell, specialist, and iconic. And I just want to say that you can, if you had an idea that you wanted to make like a halfling rogue, or a paladin, or an elf cleric, or something like that, you certainly can here. For our purposes, you know, if you played Baldur's Gate 3, you probably will be able to come up with a character that's similar to it in here, but it's not going to be exact. So it's something to keep in mind. And the other thing too, that we're going to ignore this iconic tab. We're just going to focus on these top three here. And the reason is that iconics are special characters that have other rules associated with them, and I will end up making a separate video for that. So the first thing you need to do, you download the game, is you need to pick a server. The server that you select, it will be based on a couple things, like where are your friends playing? If you have any friends who are playing the game, you want to basically join the same server that they are playing, because you can't play cross server in DDO. So if you have friends that are playing on Arganesson, you want to choose Arganesson as your server. If you don't have any friends who are playing and you just pick one, the game will default you to whatever it is. You want to pick a server. They'll default you. My server, as an example, is Sarlona. It matters if you have friends playing, or if you wanted to play somewhere where somebody who you watch as a streamer plays, or if you've got a group of friends that are getting together to begin playing, you want to all quest together. You basically all need to be on the same server. Very similar to other MMOs. You know, if you've played World of Warcraft, same idea. Although World of Warcraft does allow you to group queue between servers now, you cannot do that in DDO. Something else that I would recommend too when you're picking a server is do not select the hardcore server. Even though it really doesn't say it when you mouse over the hardcore server, that is an event server. You certainly can play on there, but if you're new, understand that that is an event that is permadeath. So it's a hard server. If you die, you have to start over again. You lose your progression. So it's not, I wouldn't recommend it if you were brand new to the game, but some people really like hardcore. So if you wanted to give that a try, extremely similar to hardcore WoW, if you played that, or any other of like the games that have a hardcore mode. Now that you've got your server, you're going to hit create character, and you'll be at this menu where I am right now. And you can see on the left, melee, spell, specialist, iconic. And then there's a little description underneath where my picture is of what the character actually does. So if I move my picture, you can see this says melee, and then that gives you up close combat. These are tropes that are very similar to what you would find in any other video game. If you have any experience playing another video game, I'm assuming if you're here to play DDO, you probably have experience with MMOs. Maybe you played pen and paper, tabletop games. Maybe you played other video games. The tropes are all the same, so it really helps. This is the first thing you want to think about is what do you want your role to be? Do you want to be a tank? Do you want to be DPS? Do you want to heal? Or in DDO, we have a fourth category, which they are calling specialist here, which is essentially what we would call a trapper in-game. It's one of those things that you want to decide right up front. What do you want to do? Because the classes that you select will determine what the role is. So if you want to be a tank, there's only certain classes that can tank. If you want to be a healer, there's only certain classes that can heal. Now, there are exceptions to these. I'm just giving a very general specialist in DDO. If you want to trap, there's only a few classes that can trap. And it really helps as a beginner if you know what your role is. Like, what do you want to do? What do you want to do? Do you want to tank? Do you want a DPS? If you say you want a DPS, do you want a range DPS? Do you want a melee DPS? Do you want a spell cast DPS? The specialists in DDO, the support classes are trappers, and it's something that is really important to understand that in this game, there are traps, mechanical traps and spell traps. And the trappers are the only class that can find and remove traps. These traps, some of them can be very lethal. So if you don't know how to trap, or if you don't want to play a trapping class, you'd still have to figure out how to deal with the traps. We're not going to really get into that now, but it's just something to keep in mind. The other thing too is that it is possible in DDO to multi-class. You certainly can make a fighter magic user or something like that, but for our purposes, we're going to keep it really simple and just talk about choosing one class. Again, this is a very basic beginner's guide. We're not going to be getting into anything wildly complex here. The first thing is pick what you want to do. Heal, tank, DPS, or trap. Now, there's something else to consider too. And let's see if we can actually pull it up. So if I go melee here, right, we make a male fighter. It allows you to pick the sex here. And this is flavor. It doesn't affect the performance of your character at all. You can see this list of the melee classes here. We're not going to worry about the archetypes for now because they are like prestige classes, basically. We're just going to focus on like the general. Once you select one of these and hit next, Some of them will have these selections here, these pre-mades. This is super important. You want to ignore these pre-mades. Do not ever select a pre-made from these. You want to always do customized. Now, hopefully in the future, the devs remove these because these are very old and they're not set up correctly. It's a good way to have a bad experience in DDO. So you want to always hit customize here. And this pretty much is every character. Just make sure you ignore those and just hit customize on any character that you make. Now, for Monk, they actually did remove them, so you just hit customize. This is how they should all look, but it's just a point that somebody new to the game, if you're brand new, you might not know this, so you always want to come in and select customize. Here's a fighter. You can do a barbarian. You can do a paladin, which is like a holy warrior. You could do a monk. They are basically martial artists. And then if we go into the spells, all the typical classes are here. Sorcerer, even though these sound cool, Voice of the Power, Arcane Cannon, they're all garbage. Ignore them and hit customize. Cleric is a class that is typically a healer, but you can also be a war cleric and you know, do DPS. Wizard is very standard. Gandalf character. Favored Soul is similar to a cleric, although they have a little bit of a different build setup. Druids, a classic nature caster. Warlock, they make a deal with a supernatural patron from another plane to get their powers. Really fun class. And then for the specialists, Ranger, that's basically Aragorn. Rogue, that's the first trapping class that we have, although I think Rangers, if you do the archetype, they can also trap now, but Bards play music and put out buffs. Artificer is one of the newer classes, and interesting point is that in the rulebooks that are coming out this year for 2024, Artificer was actually dropped. But it's sort of like a mix between like a wizard and a rogue. And they get to wear these little rune arms and they get a mechanical dog pet. They're actually really fun. They're one of Eberron's like base classes. And then the last one here would be Alchemist, which is sort of like a potion making spellcaster. They're quite complicated. I wouldn't recommend an Alchemist if you were new, but I mean, you could do it. And then, like I said, we're going to skip Iconics. Iconics are, if you just look, they're just a different, I'm going to do a different video on these. So I would not select an Iconic. You just want to pick a role. So let's say you wanted to do spellcasting DPS, right? And then let's say you wanted to be a wizard like Gandalf. All right, well, there we go. So we picked that out. And like I said, we hit customize. And so now that we've picked our class, we need to pick our race. And you can see I have access to all the different races. Each of these is different and has a different set of bonuses, and sort of like some of them have higher dexterity or higher intelligence or higher strength. And the sort of like the general rule is you could always look up what these are if you weren't quite sure. Warforged is an Eberron specific sort of like construct race, but essentially like a robot, even though they're like living machines. Shifters are sort of like descended from werewolves. Tieflings are infernals from Avernus. Tabaxis, the cat race for DDO. Humans, when in doubt, I would say make a human. They're sort of the jack of all trades. But so like the basic thing to consider when you're doing a race is that you want to basically try to pick your race based on whatever it is your class does. So I picked wizard. So I want that has like an intelligence that's like 18 or higher would be ideal. So a human would be good for me. Elves are generally good, although not wood elves, because I think they get a little bit of a debuff on their intelligence. Another drow would be good. Dragonborn would probably be okay. Aasimar. Half-orc, they do not get an intelligence. They're less intelligent, so we wouldn't want to do a half-orc. And you can always go to the DDO wiki or even like a regular Dungeons & Dragons handbook, or Google it on like d20.com to find the different like classes and race what goes best. But So for our purposes, and this is what I would recommend for you if you're new to the game, is we're just going to do a human. Human is always a good place to start. But you could certainly make like a wizard elf, or a wizard gnome is a really good mix because gnomes get a higher intelligence. And you'll be able to tell right away when you click into here if you've got your points. If you go here, say I can do 18. But if I were to pick a half orc and come into here, you can see I start off with a lower intelligence and then I do max points and it only lets me go to 16. So you can see some races are optimized for other abilities. Half orcs just happen to be really strong, so I can make a 20 here. But if I do go back to human as an example and I do strength, I can only get up to 18. So, but the good thing about humans is they can get 18 in anything. So it's a good, if you're new to the game and you're trying to figure out what you're going to do. The way that the point system works is you'll start with 28 points. I have 32 points because I unlocked it on this server. You can go through and do a bunch of questing and then you unlock the extra 4 points. It's nothing to worry about. 28 point builds are fine. If you get the extra 4 points, it is something like to play for. If you were going to start playing and progressing, you want to get your character updated to a 32 point build. But and you can also buy that in the store as like a microtransaction if you wanted to get it immediately. But again, it's not like it's necessary. It is nice though to have the extra points because, as you can see, as you spend the points, they cost 1. And then once you hit a certain threshold, they get more expensive, and then they go up even more. And then once you hit, they max out and you can't spend any more points. So what that does is it means that you can only have, on a human anyway, a maximum of 2 18s, and then the rest would be sub par, like because you're below 10 is sort of like neutral. You'd be getting a -1, which is a debuff on everything that wasn't 10 or higher. So I wouldn't recommend building a character like that because you're going to debuff yourself. Would you die? No, but I mean, you don't want to debuff. So usually what I do, and this is very general, but what I would say as an absolute beginner, I've set everything to 10. So now you've got no debuffs, and then just blast up your main stat. We're a wizard, so there's our main stat, and then anything extra, you can put it anywhere you want. I would probably recommend putting a couple points in Constitution to get a little bit more health, maybe a couple points in Strength to get a little bit more strength to carry stuff. I mean, this is up to you based on like other video games that you've played or anything. It's all very general, right? So me personally, I probably would skip doing the extra strength just because I know I could find an item and I'd probably go with a little bit more health. But I think this is solid to start as a new character. And because I have a 32 point build, I do get a couple of extra points, so I could go into dexterity. But DDO is a game that it's really good for you to min-max. So I highly recommend for whatever your main stat is to blast that up as high as you can get. So as a wizard, it's intelligence, and that's what we want to do for that. I would never, what you don't want to do is get stuck into the trap of trying to give yourself like good points in all of them, because what's going to happen is your character is not going to be very strong. Even though for pen and paper, this may be a good setup, because you're role playing and you'd have a lot of points to do, when you're making all the different roles, you get these bonus buffs for the roles. But DDO, it kind of helps to min-max. So I would highly recommend that you always blast your main stat. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to do con, and then I'll do strength. So that's where I'll start for that. And just so we talk a little bit about what these are. Strength, STR is strength. Strength is your character's muscle. How strong are they? How much weight can they carry? How strong do they hit when they swing a sword? Like this type of stuff. So if you're making a melee character that's swinging the sword, you want a high strength. Dex is dexterity. That measures your coordination. It affects things like your armor class, your reflexes, your chance to hit when you're using a bow and arrow or a crossbow. So if you're making a ranger, if you wanted to like make Legolas, for example, Legolas, you would stack your dexterity. You probably, if you're going to make Legolas, you make an elf and then you blast your dexterity. You can get it up to 20. And that's what you want to start with. And then, you know, stick a bow in his hand and he'd be off and running. Constitution is a measure of your health, very similar to other games. That's where you get your health bar, your stamina. The stat affects things like your hit points and saving throws versus effects that might kill you, like death effects or poison or diseases is another great example. INT is intelligence. That's your learning reason, how smart your character is. Think Gandalf. And usually wizards are intelligence based, right? This gives them access to more spell points, more mana. They can know more spells. They can cast more spells. The spells do more damage in some cases. So intelligence is good. It also affects things like trapping, finding, removing traps, understanding machinery, understanding things in the world around you, like history, interfacing with different things. Like if you went into a crypt and you were reading runes, like if you found a language that you didn't understand, a very intelligent character would be able to understand that and decipher the runes. So usually I start my characters with a little bit more intelligence because it also translates into, like, later on we'll talk about the skills that you get on your character. The higher your intelligence is, the more points you get to put into your skills, just because your character, being smarter, probably has learned a little bit more. Wiz, W-I-S, Wiz is wisdom. This is a measurement of like spiritual power or intuition. Any sort of divine caster, like a cleric or a priest or something like that, would benefit from a high wisdom because that's where they get a lot of their power. Druids, paladins, rangers, all that use wisdom. Monks also use wisdom. Similar other class in like other games, but they would use wisdom as a different name, although I'm sure that some games have wisdom. CHA's charisma. Charisma basically is sort of a mix of two different things. Whether or not your character looks good, and then their personality. Like, are they very influential? Do they have the ability to motivate a lot of people? Again, think Gandalf. Gandalf was really charismatic in a way, right? He could motivate a lot of people, even though he was an old man and didn't really look good. It didn't matter because he had a lot of charisma. But somebody like Galadriel also would have a lot of charisma because she was very beautiful. So in one of the rule books, in the old rule books, they actually broke charisma out and they had another ability below it called comeliness, which was like really like how your character looked. But they don't really do that in this game at all. Charisma is good for things that affect like sorcerers run off charisma, bards run off charisma, favored souls. It also affects, like, if you are a priest, your ability to turn undead or to like influence undead, because that's your fount of strength, your charisma. Do you want your main stat to line up with your class? So cleric, wisdom; sorcerer, charisma; wizard, rogue, intelligence or dexterity for a rogue; bow users, dexterity. When in doubt, you can visit the DDO wiki. You could also look in like an old school player's handbook or Google D20. There's a lot of resources online for Dungeons and Dragons, but it basically follows very same trope things that you would find in other video games. I think most RPGs have ability scores that are similar to these, so it should be sort of familiar to you if you played any other games. Okay, so now we've picked our points, and now we're going to hit next. And now we come to skill points. And this is what I was talking about with intelligence. The higher your intelligence, the more skill points you get, because skill points are basically a representation in DDO of the things that your character has been exposed to in life and have learned, or like natural abilities that they're just good at. So you can see in the list, we have things like concentration. Concentration is tied to your constitution. So if you have a really high constitution, your concentration is going to be higher. What's concentration good for? You can mouse over these and read. This allows you, basically in our game here, it allows you to cast a spell without being interrupted. Concentration is also used by monks to generate their mana, which is called ki, which if you're familiar with like martial art characters, that's a trope. That's not unique to DDO. Ki is all around, like, right? They talk about ki. If you were to go to take a karate class in your town, they'll probably talk to you about ki at some point. So, but this is how you generate it in this game with Constitution. Repair allows you to like fix things. For this game, yes, you can fix like mechanical traps and different like levers and stuff like that, but it also allows you to heal constructs. So if like one of your friends was playing on a Warforged, which is the race of sentient constructs in this game, you'd be able to initiate a repair on them and fix them up. And if they were damaged, if they needed to be healed, it's just a way to heal them. Spellcraft is where you get all of your spell damage if you're a spellcaster, mostly. If you're doing like undead energy or healing energy, that's a different source. And if you're doing sonic energy, that's a different source. And if you're doing repairs, like I said, that's the repair skill there. But for the most part, all the elemental damages should use spellcraft. So on our wizard, like if we wanted to do a lightning bolt, that's we're going to get, we need to have this spellcraft. Now, you don't need it. You can still cast your lightning bolt without it, but this will help your character do it better. Balance is very self-explanatory. Whether or not your character is lithe, whether you've studied like gymnastics, this would be the skill for that. And there are instances in the game where you need to make balance checks if you slip and you need to get up quickly. Balance is very similar, though, to dexterity. So a lot of the checks that you might think would use balance would actually use dexterity. And I'm not 100% sure on how they made those decisions, but that's basically something to consider. Balance, for our purposes, would help you get up quicker if you got knocked down. Bluff is one of the skills that they call allure. Allure is basically a skill set that allows you to influence another character, an NPC in the game, to do what you want. So think Jedi mind trick from Obi-Wan Kenobi when he sells the stormtroopers, these aren't the droids you're looking for. That was a bluff check, right? He made a bluff, and being a Jedi master, he was able to pull it off. So you can do the same thing. So bluff is a good skill to take if you want to like fake your way out of a room or tell a bunch of NPCs that you're there to do an inspection when you're really there to kill everybody. I always take an allure skill. There's 3 of them. Bluff is one. Diplomacy is the other. Diplomacy is right here. And then intimidate is the 3rd one. You can take all of them. You can not take any of them. I think they add a lot. I always try to take at least one. They all line up with charisma. So if you have a higher charisma, you'll get a buff. But you can take it without charisma. Diplomacy is very similar in the sense that it allows you to negotiate with NPCs. So if you wanted to sort of barter a peace without fighting, you would make a diplomacy roll. There are some classes that utilize diplomacy. Haggle will allow you to interface with NPCs and negotiate a cheaper price for goods, and also to sell your goods for a higher price. It's really useful in the early game if you are new to the game and you want to make money, you want to make more money. It's always good to put points in Haggle. Heal is the ability to bandage other characters that are wounded, that are not constructs. Like any living character, you'd be able to bandage them and heal them. It also boosts your healing, like any heals that you do. So if you make a healer who's casting heal spells, you want to take this because it will make those heal spells hit stronger. Hide is very self-explanatory. This is what you would take if you were on a rogue, or if you were on a ranger, or any character can use hide if you want to. You basically crouch down and you hide and hope that monsters don't, or NPCs don't see you or notice you. And the better your ability here, the harder it is for monsters to find you. You have to keep in mind, though, if you're hiding, that they can also hear you. So you would also have to add to that move silent. So most people who take hide also take move silent, which is down here. Intimidate, this is the third allure skill. This basically allows you to threaten NPCs. If you think threaten or threat, that's a really good thing, because intimidate is also the taunt, the threat builder in DDO. So if you're a tank, you take intimidate because you're going to taunt monsters to keep them attacking you so they don't attack your friends. Anybody can intimidate, though. Like, you can, go up to an NPC and threaten them, and they may back down and leave, or they may attack you immediately. It just depends. But if you make a tank, you definitely want to take intimidate, because that's one of the ways that you're going to keep monsters attacking you. Jump is very useful for anybody. It allows you to jump higher. It's capped once you get up to like 40 or something like that, but you definitely want to take jump, or at least find items that give you buffs to jump. Super useful to stay alive and to get around in DDO. I recommend it for every character. Listen is something that would allow you to hear monsters or NPCs that are like in another room or walking down a hall, or if you're trying to sneak somewhere, you can listen. It's not really a popular skill to use, but if you wanted to make a stealthy character, having some listen might help. I think maybe it's the opposite of move silent, right? So if you were making a rogue, for example, I would probably say that you want to blast, because monsters do have a lot of listen, so you want to blast your move silent, because there are monsters that can hear you. But I don't know a lot of characters who use listen. Maybe somebody in chat. You guys ever take listen on any of your characters? I don't. I have never. The next tier is perform. This is necessary if you are a bard, or if you want to play musical instruments. Anybody can take perform. It's charisma. And you take this and it allows you to pick up a musical instrument and play it. If you don't take perform, you cannot play a musical instrument. So if you want to play one, you have to at least put 1 point in here. Bards, this is where bards get a lot of their powers from. So if you're a bard, you need to blast this as high as it can go. Search is essential for a rogue to find traps. So if you are a trapper, you need to blast this as high as it can go. It's an intelligence-based skill. It allows you to find things like hidden doors, hidden objects, and then also anything like traps that are hidden by magic can only be found by a rogue that has a high search skill, or certain magical spells will also reveal traps. But generally, a rogue needs to have a high search in order to find them, and it even says that in this, traps with a DC over 20 can only be found by rogues with a high search. So something to consider. Spot just allows you to spot things. Objects, traps, secret doors. It's a super useful skill to have if you have the points to get it. It sort of is, there's nothing really, you can spot stuff, but then there's really nothing you can do about it. If you walked into a room and you didn't know if there was a trap in there, Spot's going to allow you to know that something isn't right. So I do recommend Spot if you're new, and that's tied to your wisdom. Swim just allows you to move faster in water. It will not keep you alive from drowning. It basically just means you can swim and you'd be able to not drown. Like if somebody went in the water with no swim versus somebody going to the water with 10 swim, the person with 10 swim won't drown as fast, but they eventually would drown. So keep that in mind. So you still have to deal with, if you go underwater, the fact that you need either to hold your breath and then you can only stay under for a certain amount of time, or you have to have some means of water breathing or not dying underwater. And there are lots of different ways to do that. We'll go over those later. But swim will allow you to move faster in the water. Tumble is a really good skill, especially if you have a high dexterity. It's tied to your dexterity. It allows you to move away from attackers, from enemies, reduces the damage that you take when you fall. It allows you to dodge to the right or to the left. It increases your defenses when you do dodge, when you make reflex save. Super useful skill. I put it on all my characters. It's tied to dexterity. It's hard to get it up high, and I wouldn't say you need to blast skills in it, but I always put a few points in it just so I can have access to it, because if you don't put at least 1 point in it, you do not have access to tumble, and you cannot tumble. So that's a skill that you need to train, similar to perform. Same thing for use magic device. If you don't put a point in it, this NA means that you have no ability in that. So that's something that you would want to do if you wanted to even have a chance to use the magic device. Use magic device is a super strong ability. I recommend it for everyone. This allows you to trick a magical object into working normally for you, even though you normally shouldn't be able to use it. So, for example, if you're a fighter and you picked up like a cleric wand, you could trick the wand into working for you to thinking that you're a cleric. It'll just work normally. Super useful to have. It's based on your charisma. Any of these skills that you see that have these little asterisks, that means they're cross-class skills. And what that means is if I have these points here, if I put 1 point into concentration, you can see I get 1 point. But if we look at this balance has an asterisk. If I put 1 point in there, I only get half the point. And it's actually, it says here, cross-class skills cost twice as much. So for me to get 1 point in balance, I actually have to spend 2 points. Keep in mind as you go forward, spending your points. So for our purposes, for my wizard, these are all my normal class abilities right here. The top 3, you can see they don't have asterisks. And then what I want to do is use my extra points to take skills that I think would help me. So jump, use magic device, 1 point in tumble. I'm going to put 1 point perform, just in case I want to play a magical instrument. And then I think having search is really good since I'm already intelligence based. And then probably what I would do is just put a couple points in spot. You know what I could do? I could take these out of search and spot, and I could put them over here in bluff. So now I have bluff. I think that's equally as good. A lot of these abilities you will still be able to do, but because you're not good at them, you won't be very good at doing them. So for example, you'll still be able to swim even though you don't put points in swim. You can see I get an ability, I get +1 from my strength to swim. And that's true of most of them, unless they start with an NA. Like every character can jump, even if you don't train in jumping. It's just, if you train in it, it's going to be better. And you can see jump is augmented by strength. So if you made a super strong character, your character would be able to jump already pretty good because they're super strong. And if you add jumping training, they get even better. And you can also modify these with items that you find in the game. And this is true of all of these. So concentration is another good example. If you had a high constitution, you would get a bonus to your concentration. And then if you train it, then that goes up even higher. So it's not like if you don't put points in these, you can't use them. You can still haggle as an example because it's a charisma-based skill. It's just, it won't be as high as if you actually put points into haggle. And then something else that we need to talk about once we picked our skills are feats. And then, so this is something that I want to kind of go over initially before we start looking at the feats, is that DDO has a system called Dragon Marks, which is a feat system that's tied to the lore of Eberron. I would recommend, if you're new to DDO, that you skip this. Just completely skip it, pick something else. The way that this is set up is sort of complicated, and I will make another video about it. But initially, if you're new to the game, there's other things that you want to consider, not the Dragon Mark. That's not to say if you pick the Dragon Mark as a feat that you wouldn't be able to benefit from it or figure it out or use it, but they do have a lot more going on behind the scenes that you have to consider, as opposed to these other feats that are just pretty much, one-offs or part of a build. So a good example of what I'm talking about is my character is a wizard, and so what I want to do is look in this feat list. Feats are basically things that your character has learned that will augment what your class can do. So if you made a spellcaster like I did, we want to look through this list for the feats that are for spellcasters. Now, unfortunately, it doesn't really make it easy in this list to sort of figure out what's going on in here. They did break them into categories, right? So we can go to the spellcasting feats, but this is not all the spellcasting feats. There are these meta magics, and there are other feats in the other areas that are also good for us on a wizard. So it's going to just take a little bit of patience to look through this list. We're not going to talk about what all of these do. There is a website called DDO Wiki where if you wanted to read about these, or you could spend some time like looking through what all these do. But basically they just make your character do whatever it is that they're doing better. So if you made a paladin and you took a feat for a tower shield, that's going to allow your paladin to hold a bigger shield. This here, you can see combat casting. This will allow me to cast spells in combat without the chance of getting interrupted. So not bad for a wizard. If I were going to do a lot of summons, this feat would allow me to buff the summons. If I wanted more mana, this mental toughness is going to give me more mana. If I want to make my spells go off faster or do more damage, I look into these meta magics. And this is something that's pretty specific to Dungeons and Dragons, that you can augment your spells. So for our purposes, what we're going to do is we are actually going to take maximize. We're going to focus on evocation. It's a whole bunch of these. And again, you can read about these like necro. If you wanted to make a necromancer and summon an undead to fight with you, you could do that. Illusion, if you want to make monsters afraid of spectral monsters and things like that. Enchantment would allow you to charm things. Abjuration is usually what's used for like defensive magic and things like that. Transmute is if you want to turn like a kobold into a rat or something like that. Not, I'm just oversimplifying this stuff, but so I'll take evocation magic here. And then I also think having some extra mana is good. So that's what this is here, this mental toughness. Go and look up builds online and try to come up with like a good wizard build. Another good use of this would be to skip evoke now and then go with insightful reflexes, because that would allow me to use my intelligence instead of my dexterity. So you can see it gets quite interesting and complicated right away. Online, there are resources, DDO Wiki. There's the old D20 books where you can read about feats. Most of these feats are based on 3.5. And it follows a logic where if you're making a spellcaster, this is why knowing your role is really important. If you're making a spellcaster DPS, you probably don't need rapid reload because you're not a ranged DPS. You probably don't need point blank shot because you're not a ranged DPS. But if you were making Legolas, for example, well, then you absolutely would want point blank shot, because point blank shot is for like ranged bow attacks, right? If you made something that was utilizing crossbows, you can see in this allows you to reload your crossbows faster. Things like these focuses, skill focus search is also another good one if you made a rogue. Now, is that going to be like the best feat you can take? Probably not. So that's where build guides and looking in books and reading about the different character classes comes in handy. But as a general guide, if you didn't want to spend 2 months in a subreddit reading about all this stuff, just basically having an idea of your role. I'm a spellcasting DPS wizard, right? So I'm going to take things that are going to boost my spells, my mana, and then this insightful reflex would allow me to boost my survivability because it's going to allow me to use my highest stat, which is intelligence, instead of one of my lower stats, which is dexterity. So that for me is good. But if you didn't figure that out, another one that I could take that's good is toughness, because this will give me more hit points. That's equally as good. You can even double up with multiple meta magic feats. So we want to take maximize for our spells to do maximum damage. We can take empower and they'll do even more damage, right? So, I mean, it all depends. Another thing to consider too is proficiencies for things like armor. So this would give proficiency for light armor, so you don't suffer armor penalties. But something to consider for DDO, we have two different types of magic in DDO, arcane magic and divine magic. Divine magic, you can wear anything you want and cast divine magic, it doesn't matter. But if you cast arcane magic, you cannot really be in armor. And this is sort of like similar to other games, like most spellcasters don't wear armor. Even if you took the proficiency for armor to wear it, you still would suffer an arcane percentage of arcane fail. So, you know, you may think, well, okay, I want to wear light armor as a wizard, but you still will have to deal with that arcane failure. So I wouldn't recommend it. I mean, you certainly could, but just taking this feat does not remove that arcane spell fail. You have to deal with that later once we get into the enhancement tree and gear and things like that. And then the next tier, we have to pick our spells. And I won't read through all these spells. All the spells are going to do different things. They're all very similar to other spells that you've seen in other video games. We want like the spell jump. We want expeditious retreat. I want some damage. So there's my sonic blast, magic missile. Yes, I'll take mage armor. I took shield, right? I'll take detect secret door. I mean, this is just, you know, I'll take burning hands. Oh, it looks like I'm done. Actually, instead of secret door, I'll take burning hands. All right. And the amount of spells that you can take is based on your intelligence. Now, if you were on a fighter, you wouldn't have to do this because they wouldn't have access to spells. But so this allows you to look at your character. This is what it's going to be. I'm going to have 8 hit points. I'm going to have 90 spell points. Those are my saving throws. Those are my ability scores. You can see the 18 intelligence right there. That's the summary. These are all my class feats. So there's the 2 feats that I took, and there's the other one that I took. And then those are general feats. You don't really need to worry about any of that at the moment. And now we've come to the part where we get to customize our character. So I'm basically going to try to make this character look a little bit like Gandalf, right? Why not? He's a wizard. And so give him white hair. We're going to try to give him the bushiest eyebrows. Now, none of this matters for the actual gameplay. This is all flavor based on what you want to do with your character. One of the things I like to do usually when I make a character is reset all this to 1 and then just kind of pick everything just based on going from there, right? So I want white hair. And then let's see if we can find Gandalf style hair. And we won't spend too much time on this, but you can get the gist of it. I think that might be like, oh no, actually that looks good for Gandalf hair. Eyebrows, we need super bushy eyebrows. Those look super bushy. Eyes, Gandalf's eyes, we'll go with 4. That looks good. Gandalf's eye color. I don't know Gandalf's eye color. I'll assume it's blue. The nose, obviously, who cares? Lips, who cares? Facial hair, this is where we need, yeah, like we need a gigantic, crazy old man beard. And they have some, it's not the greatest, right? Like, but a lot of it looks pretty decent. So, no, that's a little bit, but no. Nothing super, like there isn't any crazy long Dumbledore beard. So, I mean, that looks like about it, right? We don't want a facial scar. So that's fine. So that's our wizard for now, right? Okay. The next thing we do is we give him a name. So we'll call him Gandalf. right? We'll call him Gandalf DDO. Somebody actually probably took this name, right? I'll show you guys what I'm actually doing. So over here, I'm not going to do a surname. That would be if you wanted to give your character a last name. And then the next thing you have to pick is your alignment. Now, this doesn't matter, but it does. So alignment is a flavor, but it does have some effect on game mechanics when it comes to like certain items that you can wear or damage that you take when something attacks you. So if you made yourself lawful good as an example, and something that was a chaos monster came up and attacked you, because you're opposite, you would take more damage from the chaos monster than somebody who was chaotic good, as an example, because chaotic good would be chaotic already, so they may take reduced chaos damage. That's not always true, but it's the gist of what happens. So normally what I do, what I would recommend if you're brand new, is just go neutral, because neutral is just going to allow you to opt out of all that alignment stuff, the extra damage. You won't take any extra damage from anything. You won't benefit from anything, really. You're just neutral. And keep in mind, it's a flavor. So the throwback is to the old pen and paper, tabletop role-playing, where when you made your character, this was sort of like a morality system. You wanted to declare to your fellow players and your dungeon master, like, what your character's general morality was. Were they like lawful good, meaning that they always obeyed the law and they generally did what was good? So a good example of a lawful good character is the typical paladin who would, like save the village by sacrificing himself, that kind of thing. Or if you were a rogue who was out for himself, like Han Solo is a really good example in the original Star Wars Episode 4 of chaotic neutral, where, he shoots Greedo in the bar and then he takes Luke and Ben to the Death Star and then tries to escape. And he's out for himself, right? He's chaotic and he doesn't really care about good or evil. He's just out for himself. There's lots of different examples of this. And if you do role playing, these things can be very handy to kind of give you like a soundboard as a compass for how you're going to play your character. But in our game, in DDO as a video game, none of this matters. And there we go. So now you're in DDO. The starter location is, we are on the airship, the Heart of Wind. Everybody starts here generally. There are some iconics that start at different locations, but generally every character will start here. The story of this ship is that it's en route from the main continent over the ocean, and it gets attacked by a dragon. And we can actually see, if we look in the sky, you can see the dragon. It's circling the ship. It's going to attack us. You would talk to this NPC here. Now, because my account has been played, I have what's considered veteran status. I have the ability to make characters at different levels. So likely if you're new to the game, you would not have access to this, and you would only be able to start. You would be forced to take this one here. But if you do get veteran status 1 and 2, it allows you to start at level 4 or level 7. For our purposes here, we're just going to basically select the first one. The Borderlands is DLC content. I'm not sure if it's available to VIPs. So what we're going to do is just do what everybody does, and it's Korthos, where everybody starts nowadays. And so now we are on the beach with Jeets. And Jeets, of course, will ask us if we are okay. We're going to kind of ignore him for a second while we do the next part of this. And the next thing that we need to take a look at is the UI, because there's a lot going on here that we want to kind of get sorted out. And this is what I would recommend if you're brand new to the game. Something that you want to do is take these bars, right, and pop a few more of them out, because you only start with one, and then you can alter how they sit on your screen right? And you can put like one here, you can put one here. You could technically, if you wanted to, just keep like a whole bunch of these like this, like, you know, so now you have 3 bars and all your active abilities that you're going to use go onto these bars. This window here, you also want to sort of make a little bit bigger because this is the window where you will see like people talking to you. You'll also see things like you see a guild tab here. That's your party tab. That's your combat log. So you want to kind of address the fact that this thing starts off really small. You also can move it, right? Like that's the default location, but you don't have to keep it there. You can move it anywhere, really. It's up to you. Usually I keep mine like right here. This is your health bar, and that's your mana. The red is your health, and the blue is your mana. And it's important that you kind of keep track of this so you can see how much health you have. This here is your focus window. So if you highlight a mob or anybody else in the environment, you're going to see them pop up in the focus window. You can see if I mouse over Jeets, he pops up in the focus window. It also allows you to examine whatever you have in the focus window. So you can see that's just the NPC named Jeets there. And it also allows you to interact with them. So we could hit use, although we're too far away to actually do anything. But you want to put this someplace that you can have access to it, because you do use the focus window quite a bit to like look at mobs and stuff like that. The next thing you want to do is look at your bags. So what you do with your bags, you hit your inventory is I, will open up your inventory, and then you can see your character. These are all the slots you have for your character to wear items. These are the weapons that you can hold. This area here is for cosmetics. Here is all the money that you can find in the game. So right now you can see like I have 0. I have no money. But if we run up here, and this is extremely basic stuff, right? So we run up here and we break a box. Well, now there's 80 copper pieces. I pick that up. Yeah, I'm seeing it right there. What it did is it turned the 80 copper into 8 silver. Every time you go up, it's just knocking off a 0. So I have 8 silver now. I think if I break another box, I'll be able to find something else. Usually there's like, yeah, here's 87 more copper pieces. This will add to my silver. And then because they had to round down, I guess, now I have 7 copper and 16 silver. Here's 82 more. So now I have 24 silver, 9 copper. This is what you want to do. You want to run through, if you're brand new to the game, you want to run through, break every box that you see and pick up all this stuff, because you can see now I have 1 gold piece, and that's pretty good. That will allow me to do stuff like repairing my gear and things like that, which costs a little bit of money. This stuff that I have in my backpack is sort of worth ignoring, because I have a lot of stuff that are from previous expansions and bundles and things that I bought, and you as a brand new player probably won't have any of this. Your backpack will probably look like that, which is fine. You start with your starter rags, which are basically clothes, so you're not running around naked, although you can't actually be naked in the game. You can see, even if you take everything off, you're still wearing like a skivvies or whatever you call them. Okay, but before we talk to Jeets, the next thing we want to do is go in and take care of the next really important thing, which is our UI. And the UI you can edit right here under UI settings. We want to go in here and we want to alter some of this stuff. These are the effects. Usually what I do is I like to move my effects over to that side. If you're wondering what this is a tumble meter. This is how many charges of tumble you have. We took tumble, remember? So that's one tumble. That's another tumble. And you tumble by holding down shift and then moving. Another thing that I would do in here is if you want the text in this window to be bigger, we alter the size of this text right here. So if for some reason you wanted to have it either larger or let's say maybe a lot smaller, although I can't imagine you wanting it that small, but if you did, that's how you do it. Once you have it larger, it's easier to read. You can also resize the window. So if you wanted to have it like, you know, only like that, and then you put it up there or whatever, like this is going to be a personal thing, right? It's however you want to have your UI set up. If you watch a lot of content creators, you'll get ideas for how people set up their screens. I have my screen set up a certain way. The other thing you can do is pick your dice color. There's a whole bunch. If you play Baldur's Gate 3, you know that like a lot of people made mods to modify the color of dice. They just allow you to do it right away in DDO. So let's say I want to have purple dice, I can have that. If I want to have something that's red, I can have that. So that's what we'll do. We'll just keep red dice for now. And then the next thing that I would say that's super important for you to come in and turn on is I like to have, this is personal, right? I like to have my overhead health, my monster hit bar. I also want my network status. And so what the network status does is it makes this little, you can see this little thing right here. If I turn this off, it'll disappear. If I turn it on, it appears. That basically, that little green will show you your latency, your loss, and then any packet. So if you're like having a bad experience where you can't move or something like that, you mouse over this and see if you have any packet loss or something like that. It's always good to have this on your screen somewhere. Usually I keep mine off to the side somewhere where I can just, you know, glance at it. And like I said, a lot of this stuff is going to be based on like just things that you like for your UI. So a good example, and I'll show you how I usually run my setup. Usually I run my setup with 11 bars. So what I'll do is I'll make 11 bars. So you can see here's 11. So we have 11 bars, right? And then I want a couple of them horizontal. And so I have a, I actually have the skill. You can do this yourself. All you have to do is make a layout and then save it. And then you can load it in for any other character. So it's this UI layout. And then what I want to do is load. And then my UI is called Mary. I think it's Mary 4, I think. Yeah. And so that sets up my screen how I like to have my screen set up. Now, like I said, you're going to set yours up some way that makes sense to you. This is what I like to have my screen set up as. You can see that I have my text set to the largest I can have it. I have a bar up here where basically take these out and like I move the ones that I use a lot. I put them up here just so they're easier for me to see. And so I don't have to click that side bar. I'm not recommending that you do this, but for me, it's helpful. And like I said, if you watch other streamers or content creators, you'll see that everybody has sort of like a unique way of doing this for themselves, whatever makes sense to you. But you get to this by going main menu, options, UI, and it lets you go in here and edit all this stuff. Okay, and then the last thing I need is my epic. Yeah, okay, so that's that. And then for my bar, there's my stealth, my sneak. So if you want your character to sneak. And then this is my scribe, when I get new spells. These are my meta magics right here. That's bluff. We're going to keep that over here. Repair, I don't really need it on the bar, and I'll keep search right there. And this here is where you would see your quests. This is like your quest tracker. If we look at this, we can see this is our character sheet, and this shows you all of the abilities that you picked. So there's 18 intelligence, our 14 con, our 12 strength. This is our level. That shows us what we are, our alignment. That's how many points we've spent on our build. And other things like armor class, defenses. These are our saving throws, which are essentially like resistances versus effects that happen in reality. So if you walk into a room and there's a fireball that explodes, you have to make a reflex save in order to avoid the damage. If you fail the reflex save, you'll take full damage. If you make your reflex save, depending on the specific explosion in the room and where you are and all the other stuff, it will reduce the damage, or maybe you won't take any, depending on what the circumstances are. If you walked into a room and there was poison on the table and you drank it, you'd have to make a fortitude save. Because our constitution is a little bit higher, we're hardier, so we would get a bonus on that saving throw. And then if we fail the save, then we would have to suffer the result of the poison. If we made the save, then we would probably take no effect or a reduced effect. Like instead of passing out, we would only get nauseous or something like that. This is very general, right? And then will save is like something. So if you walk into a room and somebody, like a Medusa was there, right? Not a good example, because if she winked at, the Medusa doesn't want to turn you to stone. She wants to charm you, so she winks at you. Well, you'd have to make a will save and say, wow, this is a Medusa. I don't want to be charmed by her. You make the will save, you get a bonus. We're getting a bonus to will save because we are a wizard. Wizards get slightly better will saves, so that's why we have a buff. We make the save, we're not affected by it, or we take reduced effect. If we miss the save, then we suffer the full effect. So it's basically the gist of this. There are other resistances, spell resist. Fortification is something to consider like later once you get armored up. But in the early game, we don't really want to focus too much on that yet because it's hard to get fortification in the early game. We can get a little bit, but you can read what they do. So the fortification will protect you against critical hits, sneak attacks. If you're curious about what any of these do, you just mouse over them and it'll tell you. You can also see your attack bonuses and your melee power and your spell damage. And there's everything that you need to know about your spells, your acid spell power, your crit percent, your crit damage percent. Another place that you want to keep ready to look at is this little plus sign here, which will allow you to drill down and look at every single statistic. Now, this is going to overwhelm. If you're brand new to the game, this is going to be overwhelming, right? You don't need to go in here and look at all this stuff. But later on, once you have a build and once you're familiar with stuff, you will be able to look at this stuff and understand what it means. These are your skills, and we went through and picked our skills. So this is where they're all listed if you want to look at them. And then here's a list of the feats that you actually have. And I do like to move a few of these onto my bar. So for DDO, this is something that we need to talk about that's very specific to DDO, and it's something that if you played for a while, you already know it, but DDO does not refresh these bars. So as a new player, anything that's on your bar, you have to update it and move it. So what do I mean by that? I mean that here, the abilities that we can put on the bar, we have. Like, I can't put this on the bar, right? It won't let me because there's no real actionable ability. But this sneak, I can. I already have one there, so I only need one copy. Here's my meta magics. I already have them here. But if I didn't, I could just drag and make new copies. Inscribe spell, there's that right there. Dismiss charm, I like to have that on the bar in case I actually charm something and I want to make sure that I can dismiss it. it doesn't automatically show up on a bar like it would in another video game. So this is why I'm taking a moment to talk about this, because it's important to understand this is an auto attack. So I can turn that auto attack on, and now anything that comes near me is going to get attacked. That wasn't automatically on the bar, and it would have been in a different video game, but in DDO it's not. I had to actually drag it to the bar. And then in order for us to use it, we have to click it on, and you can see it gets this little blue outline when it's on. If I want to shut it off, I just click it and it shuts off, and you can see it says it over my character. There it is, it's on, there it is, it's off. Another thing to keep in mind too, and I have not memorized any spells yet, but these spells, like I need to be in an inn, or does it allow me to do it here? It may allow me to do it here. Yeah, I guess this area. I see this little prepare spells over here as a wizard. That means that I can prepare spells, so that's good. So it's something to keep in mind that on a wizard or any character that does this sort of arcane casting where you need to prepare spells, you need to be in a special location like an inn or like a hotel or a ship, somewhere where you see this little ability marker over here that says that you're in an area where you can prepare spells. So here we did. We prepared our spells. So Jump, Expeditious Retreat, and Sonic Blast are the spells that I'm going to go with. And it's really important to know that they don't automatically appear on the bar. I have to drag them to the bar, put them there, and then they are ready to be used. Another thing to consider is that I have these meta magics, right? Maximize and Quicken, but they are not automatically on any of these spells that I have. In order for me to use them, I actually have to click that on. So I see that little blue thing going around there. Now my spells would be quickened. If I want them maximized, I hit that, and you can see over my head, there's the maximize effect. And now I've got the little circle going around these. I'll move these up here so they're a little bit easier to see. If I want to shut them off, I just basically click them again, and that shuts them off. But my spells are not automatically meta magic. I actually really have to remember to do this if I want them to be. The problem with keeping them on all the time is I only have 180 spell points, and casting spells maximized and quicken make them extremely expensive, and I'll show you what I mean. Let's do Jump, right? So let's do Jump. It costs 10 spell points to cast Jump. If I quicken it, now that spell costs 20 spell points. It's double the cost. So I only have 180 spell points. So you see, if I leave this on all the time, I'll run out of spell points. So I don't want to keep meta magics on. I only want to use them for certain things like killing bosses and stuff like that. So that's something to keep in mind as a caster in DDO. You have to drag all the stuff to your bar, refresh it, and then you can either click on your meta magics here, or if you right click, it allows you to set the meta magic for the spell, and you can set it to, if I wanted Quicken to be on Sonic Blast all the time, I can do always on, and now when I mouse over it, it says Quicken always on. And so that's what I would do, but I don't want it always on, so I'm just going to turn it to standard. You can also set it to always off if you wanted. If you set it to always off and go over here and turn it on globally, it's still not on this. You can see it only costs 4 spell points because that forces it off. And it's probably a lot of info up front, but this is important to understand. The next thing that we're going to talk about are the enhancements. And enhancements, this is basically the build system in this game. This is our enhancement tree. This is very similar to other games where like you pick a line that you want to put points into. They break it out here with different names. So the wizard has 3. We have Archmage, Pale Master, and Eldritch Knight. These are going to be different for every class that you make. So if you made a fighter, these 3 would be different. If you made a wizard, obviously these are what they are. If you made a rogue, these would be different. And then this panel over here is always going to be your racial, whatever your species, they're calling it species now, whatever your species has. So human, these are all the abilities that humans would get. If you made an elf, it would say elf here, and then these would be all the abilities that an elf could get. You basically have to use the points that you earn leveling up in order to buy abilities in here or any of these. You are allowed to mix and match through all these different trees. However, something to keep in mind is the higher you go, the stronger it gets. The farther to the left or right you go, it gets weaker or stronger. So, you know, because we're in the West, we start on the left and we go to the right. This isn't always the case, right? But so this is the weakest, this is the strongest, and then these abilities on the top are the heaviest hitters, the biggest, but it costs a lot to get up here. So as you build your character, as you level up, you're going to put points that will get you farther along to the stronger one here. You'll also put points in these lower trees to go higher up. And the higher you go, the more you put into this tree, the stronger your character will get in that particular build. This one being Archmage, this one being Pale Master. Pale Master is like the Necromancer. And Eldritch Knight is basically like a fighter magic user. So based on what you wanted to do. And then over here in human, you can read through. You've got a lot of human abilities on the left. This is the dragon mark stuff that I was talking about. And the reason why I recommended that you avoid them is because a lot of the dragon mark stuff is tied to things that you can do in this racial tree. And it just gets a little bit complicated, and it's something that you need to sort of plan for. So if you're brand new to the game, I would just say skip that altogether. You really don't need to put any points in the racial tree if you're brand new to the game immediately beyond like the bottom one here. But some of these things really do help, especially something like Don't Count Me Out. That's very useful. But if you're brand new to the game, you won't have a lot of build points yet. You need to go out and level up, and that's kind of what we're going to talk about. One of the things that really helps to pick these trees is knowing exactly what your role is. So if you are a DPS, if you are healing, if you're tanking, if you're supporting, you want to basically pick a tree that does exactly what you want to do. Now, for the wizard, I wanted to be a spellcaster DPS. Well, Archmage, that's exactly what that is. I mean, that's 100% Gandalf, right? Pale Master's a necromancer, so that qualifies kind of, because necromancers are definitely spellcasters. But you can see just by mousing over this ability tree here that this has a lot to do with undead. There's shrouds, there's negative energy. This gives you a skeleton pet. Like, so it's not 100% like casting. So it's just important to know, like, if you wanted your role, like if you decided at the beginning, hey, I want to be a necromancer, we know that you're going to probably put most of your points in Pale Master because this is the necromancer tree. But if you want to be a spellcaster like Gandalf, we're probably not going to do necromancer. We're probably going to put most of our points in Archmage. If we want to be like a fighter magic user, maybe like Elrond, right? Then we're going to do Eldritch Knight, which allows us to do a little bit of both. Like we can swing a sword, we can do spell damage there, and then we can also cast spells. So I think for the purposes of like demonstrating the game to you, I think Eldritch Knight is probably the easiest. But if I were to build my, if I were following my Gandalf metaphor, I'm probably going to do Archmage. So I may even do a mix of Eldritch Knight and Archmage, right? There are other things too, and we're going to move on from this point, but it's something to touch on right now because if you're new to the game, you're going to see these. There are what they call universal trees too. So they're trees that are not tied to your class or your race. They're just trees that are universal that anybody can go into. An example of that is Fade Arc-Illusionist, Falconry, Vistani Knife Fighter, Inquisitive, Horizon Walker. These trees are very specific to do certain things, like Horizon Walker is a ranged bow tree. So if you were going to make Legolas, you might consider using this universal horizon walker tree. Now, there are barriers to these in the sense like I think they need to be purchased or unlocked based on either questing in the game or microtransaction in the DDO store to purchase it. I think you can get some of them as like DLC bundle purchases for different expansions. Like I know Inquisitive came with the Sharn DLC. If you got a certain level, I think it was like the collector's edition or higher, you got access to Inquisitive Universal Tree right away. And that's sort of how they all go. So if it's something that you're looking through and you wanted to, as an example, make Legolas and you want access to Horizon Walker, you're going to have to sort of figure out a way to get Horizon Walker. Either you quest to earn it in game or you purchase it with a microtransaction. But you do not need it. You certainly can make Legolas without having Horizon Walker. It's just another option, because if we made an elf ranger, we would have a bow tree already. That's just an extra universal one that has some abilities that add. It just allows you, you know, like we talked about at the beginning, you can do thousands of different builds in this game. And this is one of the reasons that there's these universal trees allow you to augment the existing class and race trees to come up with combinations that are even crazier and more effective. So, since you're brand new, I won't worry about it. And something to consider too is whatever you select as your class and the enhancements that you use, it's also going to affect the gear that you can wear and things that you need to like look out for as you're questing. Things that you're going to actually put on your character will be enhanced by things that you pick here, and then based on like what you did for your initial build. We already talked about the fact that I'm a wizard. I can't really wear armor. All right, so before we do the next part of what I want to talk about, I'm going to actually like play a little bit. Jeets wants us to talk to him. It's important for us to like advance this. So Jeets. Okay, and we get to pick a weapon. So because I am a wizard, I'm going to take a quarterstaff.
Go ahead. Give it a few swings.
And the first quest that you get is to equip the quarterstaff and then swing it around. And you can see over here on the right are the check marked of the quests that I have succeeded, and then this one still needs to be done. So speak with the rogue Jeets to find out what he wants. So, okay, we're going to talk to him. I have a task for you. Okay, he wants us to go and talk to Selimus. Okay. Okay, yeah, we'll go talk to Selimus. And you can see that the quest log just keeps updating with the next thing that you're supposed to do. Help the cleric Selimus. Okay. We're going to break these boxes and pick up all the money that we can. We're going to look all over the place, and this is what I would recommend if you're brand new to the game.
Selimus is in the grotto. I shall show you the way.
You want to try to start off in as good a position as you can, unless you have friends on the server who are going to give you a bunch of like gold right away. But you know, if you're brand new and nobody else you know is playing the game, you can get quite a bit of starter gold just by breaking boxes in these early quests. So like I would recommend doing it. And look, I broke this and now I've got a starter heal potion. Well, that's great. We need that. So we take this starter heal potion and now we put it on our bar. So if we start getting attacked and we're taking a bunch of damage, we can drink a heal potion and not die, right? Like very standard video game stuff. You'll probably have played a game where you use heal potions before, but it's really important in DDO to have a means of healing yourself. So the first easiest way is the heal potion. And the other thing you can see as I break these boxes and pick up this gold is that any character in DDO can do melee damage. So my wizard, I'm swinging this staff. If I picked up a bow or a crossbow, I could shoot it just like you know, any other character who's ranged, or just because I'm not a melee DPS doesn't mean I can't do melee DPS. The other thing too I'm going to do is this little imp. This is a pet, and the pet came from a DLC from like a money transaction for the Myth Draenor pack. But I'm going to turn it off because it's really likely that you won't, unless you purchased a bundle, have a pet at this point in time. So because this is a beginner's guide, I'm just going to keep the pet hidden. But what I was saying is that anybody can melee DPS, anybody can range DPS. Not anybody can spellcast, but it's something that on a wizard, if I have to, fight something, I can. If I'm out of spell points, I can still hit it with, my staff. Okay, so this is the next part of the quest here. We're going to talk to Selimus, and, you can read through all this stuff if you go through it, but essentially we're going to tell her we're ready to go. She's going to put this ward on us because this is the new player area. If we accidentally do something that would kill us, we won't die because, they want to teach you the game. They don't want you to die. So in this starter area, it's pretty safe. But we're only doing it because I want to demonstrate something to you about the enhancement tree and purchasing enhancements and then setting them up. So we need to actually get some experience because right now we have 0. And so this is basically how you get experience. There's different kinds of experience in DDO. There's character experience that you need to level up. Actually, there's probably, right? There's heroic experience that you level up from 1 to 20, and then there's epic and legendary experience that you level up from 20 to whatever the cap is. At the time I'm making this is 32, but I think it's going to be 34 shortly once Myth Draenor launches. And then the other type of other two types of XP are Reaper XP, which you get from questing in quests, very difficult quests called Reaper quests, and then the other XP is Sentient XP that you get for your Sentient weapon. We're not going to cover those types of XP. I'll do that in a new video. For our purposes here, we're just going to talk about the character XP, which you see on the bar down here, that you need to level up from 1 to 20, what they call heroic. And so we've encountered our first monster, and we can see it under the little indicator here. If we examine it, we can see what it is. It's a Swahagan warrior, a monstrous humanoid. And the CR is the challenge rating at 0.5. That means it's a challenge rating of a half of level. I'm level 1, meaning that I, probably could fight 2 of these before I would feel like I am being equaled, right? If I fought 3 of them, it would be a little bit stronger than me and I might be in trouble. And what we're going to do, so I have the spell on my bar right now, Sonic Blast. I'm going to cast Sonic Blast at this warrior and see if we can get him dead. We did a little bit of damage with our spell and stunned him. Unfortunately, because we have no gear on, our spell damage isn't that much, but I'll just keep casting it until he dies. Okay, so I used Sonic Blast, and that was able to do enough. And now I have to pull this lever and open this gate. When you downloaded the game and come into play, you're going to have to go through this first area too.
Good job, but no time to dawdle.
You certainly can explore around, do whatever you want in here. I'm just going to
Too hot to me. Thanks for putting in the good work.
Charge!
go through, and this is an area where we're all going to get jumped.
Look, the door closed behind us.
So I'm sneaking right now, and the little eye next to me meant that Swahagan who dropped down saw me, and you could see he actually hit me and made me stand up. I'll see if I can hide for this next round here. There's more of them coming. Now, I didn't study stealth, like, so they keep seeing me, basically. So that gives you an indicator of how hard it is to stealth in DDO. It's quite difficult. You have to train in it. Rogues do it really well. Me on a wizard, I'm not really a good sneak. This Swahug, I'm gonna actually hit it with my staff, and you can see like my damage is okay. I'm getting a lot of help from these other people, but I did take a bunch of damage. I have 71% of my health.
Let's find a way out of here.
You can see I used a little bit of my mana. These generally do not regenerate. You have to either heal
Good work.
or rest, and where you rest in this game is at a shrine. We're actually going to find a shrine, and we can rest at it. I was talking to you at the beginning when we were talking about swim. This is what I was talking about. Like, while I have this speed underwater, that's my swim skill. But you can see this breath meter. I'm running out of breath. If that goes to 0, I'm going to start drowning, which is happening right now. And I'm going to start rapidly losing hit points. If you stay underwater long enough, you eventually just die. You drown. So you have to be careful if you enter water and you see this breath meter. You really only have that amount of time to get back out, because once this runs out, you start to drown. So you have to solve that problem in DDO. You have to be careful. Another thing to consider being careful, a problem that you have to solve, is you can take a lot of damage from falling. Now, I can't get up on any of this stuff high and jump off and show you the damage, but take my word for it. If you fall farther than you are tall, like that's probably about it before you start taking a little damage. And then if you were to jump off of something that high, you'd probably take, I don't know if I'd take 20% damage, but I would take quite a bit of damage jumping from there. And then if I jumped from a height that was like double that, like right, I'd probably die. So we have to worry about drowning. We have to worry about fall damage. Like, so these are problems that we will need to solve. Okay, I got the key.
Unlock the door if you please.
And so what I was saying is we don't regenerate unless we were to drink a heal potion, which I can do. So I have 8 hit points right now. If I drink that potion, now I have 16. I gained 8 hit points, but that's it. But if I want to get healed up even higher, I have to use this here. This is a rest shrine, and this is where you regenerate your health and your mana. There's only a few of these in each quest, so we have to use them sparingly. And unfortunately, unlike other MMOs where you like passively regenerate when you're out of combat, DDO is not like that. DDO, you have to use these rest shrines. So you can see I gained a bunch of my hit points back. Not complete, but I got all my mana back. And because I'm a caster, I got all of my spells refreshed for the day. And if I wanted to, you see this little prepare spells here, I could alter the spells that I have on the bar, which I think I actually will, just to demonstrate, you know, the different spells to you guys. So there, I just took Burning Hands. And now you can see, like, I need to update my bar with my new spells because these old spells are no longer usable. So put the new spells on the bar. And now we're ready to go.
Crikey.
And we encountered a trap. And I told Jeets, because he's a rogue, to go and disable it. And he will. If I were to just run into that trap before he disabled it, I would take a bunch of damage and it might even kill me. So that's something to keep in mind. Traps are everywhere. So it's very similar to the first act in Raiders of the Lost Ark, where Indiana Jones is going through that temple where there are all the traps. DDO has a lot of traps, so You want to kind of plan on it, be aware of it whenever you go into a new quest.
I will
Be
obey.
on the lookout for that kind of stuff. I think it's super fun. Some people find it annoying. We're going to use our new spell. We're going to use Burning Hands on this guard. And we lit him on fire. He didn't die. We'll use magic missiles on the priestess. I did 5 damage. We'll do another one. I did 5 damage, and we'll do another one. And I did 4 damage, and they should have her down. That's good.
According to our employer, there's a
Okay, so for doing combat, now another thing to keep in mind generally,
always look for it.
monsters don't drop loot like they do in other games. All the loot that we get are in chests. So after we did that fight, we've got a chest. It's always worth looking around for chests because they pop up everywhere. So we've got some gear, we got a robe, and we got a ring. And the ring will allow us to cast a water breathing spell on us, which solves one of the problems that we discovered that we had. Here's the robe. So now I put the robe on. That's cool. And the ring. And in order to access the ring, I actually have to move this ring to one of the bars. And then what I would do is double click that and it would cast that one charge of water breathing spell on me. I'm not going to do that now because I'm not near water, but we can do that once we get out of this area.
Try searching around.
So this thing over my head here, this is I've noticed, my spot check went off and I saw that there's a secret door. But I didn't find the secret door. I just know that there is one here. I just don't know where it is. Kind of like in The Hobbit. Like they knew the secret door was there, but they had to find it, right? So how we find it is we hit our search. And then that will scan the area. And look, we just found the secret door. We can see the outline. All we have to do is click it. And this works the same on any character that you make. So if I'm on a wizard. If you made a fighter, it would be exactly the same. It doesn't matter. And then like we were doing before, this is the quest guide here. So it says speak with Selimus. So we're going to talk to Selimus. She's going to say, thank you very much for your help. You're brave. And then she gives us a reward. This is very standard in DDO, the quest rewards. Want to look through this list. Usually it's going to be something that you can use, but it may be something that you aren't going to use now, but you might use it in the future. I don't see a staff, to replace the staff that I'm holding. I see an axe, I see a longbow, a longsword, I see a rapier. So I don't know what to pick because I don't see a staff. Something else to consider is you see these little exclamation points and this little gold, like this yellow caution down the bottom. I don't know if it's easy for you guys to see that or not, but there's like a little exclamation point. What that means is that you are not proficient with that item. And if you're not proficient with the item, it means you've never learned how to use it. You have no training in order to use it. So if you do use that, you will suffer a -20 attack penalty because you were never trained how to use it. Now, you may say, I don't care, I'm going to take it anyway and just swing it around. But it always helps to use items that you were trained to use. So the only item in this entire list that does not have that little yellow exclamation point is this Eternal Wand of Fire, Finger of Fire. So I'll take that because apparently that's something I can use. It's a magic wand that does fire damage. Okay. So we got some XP. You can see our bar went up and we actually got an action point. We're going to leave this area here through the door. And now if I look, actually let's talk to Randall here for a second. Okay. If I look at this here, action points, we qualified at rank 2 to get 1 action point. So all I need to do is pick which tree I want to go in. And so if I pick Archmage, if I want to do the Gandalf tree, right, I just have to pick the tree that makes the most sense for me. Well, we know Gandalf isn't probably going to do necromancy. We don't think transmutation, although we could do transmute. It wouldn't be illusion. Probably would be evocation. There's hypnotism for enchantment. There's conjuration, which also would probably work, and then abjuration. But for our purposes, we would just do magic missile. We take that, we accept, and now, because we bought that point in this enhancement tree, when we open our character up and we look at here, we'll see we have an active ability now that we can drag to our bar. Like I said, DDO does not do this for you. You have to do this yourself. We drag it to the bar, and because this is an SLA, which is called like a spell-like ability, this is now an inherent ability that I have. It's different from a spell because spells have to be learned, but this evocation magic ability, I know it all the time now. So I can just keep it and I can use my meta magics on it all the time. I don't have to worry about it getting more expensive. It's just something now that my character has as an archmage. If I left this tree and went into Pale Master, I would get other skills that would function the same way. So that's something to keep in mind. Like any of these abilities that are built into the tree, like Necrotic Touch, that also functions like a spell-like ability that you can drag to the bar and then turn meta magics on for free. They function like spells, but they're just a little bit different because they're part of the class progression tree that you're making. So that is like maybe like a complex thing, but it's important to understand because that's a lot of how builds are put together. And of course, again, focus on whatever your role is and like what it is that you want to do. So I decided to do the Archmage because I wanted to make Gandalf. But like I said, Eldritch Knight also would have been a good idea because that's like a fighter magic user. Something else that we want to consider as we're running around is movement speed. And this is something that you want to think about because MMOs, movement speed is king, right? So any source of movement speed that you can get is going to help you. So what I'm going to do is I'll demonstrate what I'm talking about because this is important no matter what you're on, whether you made a fighter, whether you made a cleric, whether you made a wizard. We have the ability as a wizard to take a spell called Expeditious Retreat. And Expeditious Retreat will allow us to cast a spell and run 25% faster. So if we look at our base movement speed right now, it's 100.9. If I take my Expeditious Retreat, put it on the bar, and cast it, now if I look at that movement speed, I'm moving at 134. So it added 25% to that. And you will notice my character is now kind of running much faster. I'm actually running so fast I'm leaving this little trail behind where my feet hit the ground. And the reason I'm talking about this is because we're in an MMO. Movement speed for your character is super important. So what you want to do is keep your eyes out for any way that you can get a buff to your character's movement speed. It's super important that you want to do this. You want to make sure that you look at all the different gear options in the low levels when you get to pick up a quest reward. They might have boots that you can wear. There may be spells that you can get, like I have access to Expeditious Retreat on a wizard. You may be on a class, though, that doesn't have access to a movement speed boost, but you want to take advantage of it if you can. There are certain quests that you can do, too, that will give you unlocks in the game that will allow you to move faster. One of them is in House Fjarlin. If you get favor with them, we'll talk about favor in a little bit, but that's something that you wanted to chase on the server. If you're going to be playing, you can unlock a pendant of time, which will allow you to run a lot faster when you're not in a quest. And then having movement speed buffs in a quest is really good because it will allow you to stay alive, to move away from mobs. Now, as an example, A long time ago, I bought a DLC for the game, and it came with these starter boots. You can see these boots are minor boots of striding. They have striding plus 5%. You will find items like this all over the game. If you quest and open chests, you'll eventually find a set of striding boots. I highly recommend you do that, and then once you get them, put them on. That solves the problem for you. They don't really stack, so the 5% from those boots aren't going to stack with the 25% that I have cast from this spell, right? That's something to consider. The way that buffs stack in DDO, they have to be completely different types of buffs, and I won't over elaborate this. This is another video where we talk about like bonus types, but you just want to basically get some source of it. So the boots being 5% are great. The fact that I have access to Expeditious Retreat, that's also great. But it will benefit you. It will allow you to move away from an enemy. It will allow you to move through a trap or away from a trap. It's just really good to keep options open for buffing your movement. And the next thing that we want to think about, aside from movement, that's also super important, is healing. You always want to have a method to heal yourself. Now, not every class is going to have options to get like spells to heal. Like as a wizard, I don't have any heal spells. I cannot just use like a heal wand as a wizard without having a high use magic device, which is a skill that we talked about earlier. My skill is only 2 right now, and that's pretty low, too low to use like a cleric wand at this point. So how we're going to solve the problem of heals is we need to find potions. So what we want to do is look around the vendors of the game and see if we can't find some potions that we can buy, that we can use, that are cheap. And right away, I see that this vendor does sell starter heal potions. Yeah, they cost 6 platinum. Now, I have not yet earned 6 platinum. I only have 8 gold. So I need to go out and earn some money in order to qualify to buy some of these heal potions. That's something that you really want to be aware of before you go into an area. If you don't have heal potions, which we don't want to do anything that's too dangerous because we have no way to heal ourselves. So we have to be careful. Now, there is something that we can do because we have a little bit of money to help with this, and it's look at the hireling vendor here. We could hire a cleric to heal for us, and we can get a cleric for 5 gold. Well, we do have 5 gold. We have 8 gold actually. So if I buy this cleric, now I have it right here. As this contract, I can hire her. Now, I can't pull her out here because we can't use hirelings in public zones. But when we go into a quest area, I will be able to summon her. The next thing that we want to do, we're in Korthos. What I would recommend that you do is talk to this first mate here and skip Korthos. This isn't going to make it so that you cannot come back here. The way that this is written is sort of misleading. In other words, you're not skipping anything. You're just basically leaving the harbor temporarily. The reason that we're going to do that is because we're going to go to the bank. It's going to give you a warning. You have not finished this. It's not recommended that you leave, but you can always come back here and do this. Basically, this is only going to... Well, what I mean specifically is now we're in the harbor. And there's a bank up over here that we want to go to. I'll show you what I mean that it doesn't mean anything. If we go back to Korthos, literally, it's not snowing anymore, but all the quests are still here. So basically, you just leave what they call snow side, and now you're on the sunny side. But you can still pick up all the quests and do them all normally, so you don't ruin your quest progression at all. But the reason to come to the harbor is because we want to go to a bank. And You don't necessarily need to do this if you're brand new to the game on the server and you have nothing. You don't really need to bank anything, but if you did want to know where a bank is, we're going to show you where the bank is. You can just see all the different NPCs that are in the game. We can look at the mini map here, and the bank does show up in the mini map. It's over in this area here. It's right there. Looks like a little bag. What I was talking about for fall damage, like if you were to jump off through here, jump down there, you probably would die. So you have to be careful about falling. And I'll actually show you once we interact with the bank, we'll go and we'll take some fall damage so you can see how much it hurts. All right, so what I want to do is put all this stuff that I'm not going to use in the bank here. And so this is what you would do if you just had a bunch of junk on you. So I'm trying to do like the new player experience and not keep a bunch of junk that I bought and have from DLC content. Okay, that's full. You know what? Then I'll get rid of that. You know, I don't need to keep this. These are cosmetics. I'm not recommending that you destroy your cosmetics, but they're all bound to count. If I need more copies of them, I can just get them. All right, and I'm going to use those just to demonstrate what they do. Okay, that's fine. So what you can see here, if you're a VIP and you had a character that you quested with for a while, you can put stuff that you find in the bank, in the shared bank, and then you can also put platinum in the shared bank. So if you wanted to share money between your characters, you can do that really easily as a VIP. If you're a free-to-play player, not that I'm recommending that you VIP, but if you're free-to-play, I do not think you have access to the gold balance. Somebody might correct me in chat, and I'm not sure. I think you have to buy the slots for the shared bank. So if you want to make different characters, you can share the stuff between them. You can share money between them. It's sort of worth doing. And then what we'll do really quickly, just because I want to demonstrate this effect so you guys know what I'm talking about, although I don't want to actually die, but we might as well demonstrate what happens if you do. So something you have to plan on solving this problem. So if we have no source of like feather falling or anything to slow down our descent, this is a very far drop. Because I'm just a normal human, like in reality, they have the rules set up pretty similar. If you were to jump off top of a building, you wouldn't, it's not guaranteed that you die, but you probably would. We may survive this jump, but likely we're just going to die. And we'll see exactly what happens if you do die. We'll go over what to do next. So I did not die. I have only 47% of my health left. And you can see it's regenerating a little. The reason it's regenerating is because of this. It is, and I'm not sure, can you guys see what I'm pointing at? Yes, you can see that. Okay, so this, up in the top right, city regen. In civilized area, you recuperate. This does not happen in quests. It only happens in this like the city. So you'll regenerate your points running around in a city or in an inn. It's even faster, but In a quest, you do not regenerate like that. So let's see what happens if I just run out. Will this one kill me? Yes, that one actually killed me. So you can see what happens. I took so much damage that I went minus. The way that DDO works with dying and resuscitating is that if you hit 0, you become unconscious. You get what's called incapacitated, and then you start bleeding out. You go from -1 to -10, and these numbers change based on different things that occur in the game, but a brand new character, -1 to -10. If you hit -10, your character dies. I hit -12, so I'm 2 points below being dead, right? It doesn't really matter. I could be -10,000. The point is, once you hit -10, you're dead. And so there are different things that you can do to mitigate like the falling by finding things like feather fall. And there's also other things that you can do. Like if I had put more skills into tumble, I would have you can actually read that on the tumble description. It would allow you to take less damage from falling. If you were a monk, monks take less damage from falling. If you were a tabaxi, the cat race, the cat race, like normal cats, they have very resilient against falling damage, and you can actually take something in their racial tree that allows them to not take any falling damage. Later on in epics, there's an epic tree called Grandmaster of Flowers. They don't take any damage from falling. So there's different magical items, different spells that you can use. Like I could have learned the spell Featherfall and then cast Featherfall on myself and then jumped off and not taking any damage. And once you die, you either have to be resurrected by somebody. So somebody in the game would have to help me out and resurrect me because now I'm a ghost. I'm running around dead, right? I could buy in the store. I could buy an item with a microtransaction that would allow me to resurrect, which I'm not going to do. Or I can hit this release. Now the release is going to take me to the last place that I was linked to, but because I have never actually linked myself to any place, it's probably going to take me back to Korthos where we originally started, because that's really the only place I've been. So I hit release and it's going to take me, and it actually, yeah, this is exactly where I am. I'm back in Korthos. You can see this is where we were, where we talked to the first mate. This is where we were running around with where I was talking to you guys about speed. Here are the quests. This is the NPC vendor that we bought our hireling from, that we have, the cleric. And this up here is where we zoned in after we finished that quest with Selimus. That's the bar. You can see, like, when I resurrected, I didn't have mana. So the mana has to slowly regenerate. I also didn't resurrect, whatever they say, at full health. Like, that also has to regenerate. And so how do you do that? Well, you do that by spending time in an inn, going to the pub, and having some food and some drinks. This is the mechanic in this game for regenerating health. Aside from this city regen that you get, that everybody gets, you can augment this by making it go a lot faster by talking to somebody who works in one of these inns. This is a bartender, and they will sell you things like food and drinks. You can generally gauge the effectiveness of the items that you're looking at by the price. So warm milk is 1 silver, 1 copper. And if we look, that gives you what's called quenched 2. If we look at murky water, this is quenched 1. If we look at a dirty kobold, this is a drink. This is a little bit more expensive, and that gives you quenched 4. And the higher the number, the better they work, right? So the more expensive they are, the better they are, and the better they work. So for our purpose, we're just going to do quench 3. We're going to get some bubbling froth, and we're going to get some cornmeal porridge, and we're going to buy them, and we're going to eat them. And how we do that is they're in our bag. We just have to basically click them, and it'll say it's consuming. And now we'll get a buff. The buff bar is up top over here. It's either be over here or over here. I set mine to be over here. The default is over here on this side behind my picture. Normally it's up in this corner right here where my mouse is, but in the UI I set it so that it would all show up over here. When in doubt, you look at your buff bar to see what buffs are on you. You can also highlight yourself, and if you examine yourself, you look at the list of things, you can see what buffs are on you at the moment. So I'm well fed. And we'll do the bubbling brown froth. Now you can also buy a stack of these, like buy 20 of them, and you can drag it to the bar. And then whenever you enter a pub, you can just click it and it will drink it for you and apply the buff. See, well fed, and there's our quenched. If we examine ourselves, we can see it. And that activated from the bar. And now we're back to full health. Something to keep in mind. If you're new to the game, this works a little bit different than other games, right? Just why we're going over this. I'm going to drag both of these to my bar, and we're going to go outside. But we can demonstrate this in a quest, so I'll actually do that. This is fine. The first quest that we get to that we're supposed to do is this Kaja quest right here, where she asks us, there's a lot of weird noises. And I recommend reading through this stuff. It's very interesting, but there's a lot of noises coming from this crypt, and she wants you to go investigate what's going on. So we say, yeah, all right, fine. We'll go take a look and see what's going on in this crypt. And then here, and this is also something that's new for you in DDO, that's not the same as other games, is this is the quest difficulty selector. Now, as a free-to-play player, you will not be able to alter these. You will have to do it on normal. And once you successfully do it on normal, you could then come out, exit the quest, and then go back in and do it on hard, and then you could do it on elite, and then I think you could do it on Reaper after that. But because I'm a VIP, part of the sub that I pay every month allows me to just select whatever the difficulty is that I want to go in on. The general rule is the same as other MMOs in the sense that your risk is rewarded equivalent to like how much risk. So if you go in on casual, it's not very risky. The rewards you get, and it even says that the challenge is reduced, the rewards are reduced. Normal is normal difficulty, normal loot rewards. Hard is slightly more difficult with slightly better loot. And then elite is extremely difficult and the rewards are much better. So if you want an easy time playing, you don't want to stress out, we're just going to do normal, which is what a free-to-play person is going to do anyway. If you decided you wanted to start min-maxing and you were all in on DDO, you're going to want to quest on elite just because that'll give you the most XP, the best gear. And then later on, once you get your like economy up and running and you get your certain problems solved, like you're not going to drown in water, you're not going to die if you fall. You have like some class gear, you have some knowledge going on and what's behind, then you could start doing Reaper quests. But for now, we go in on normal. And what I wanted to demonstrate to you is that unlike other games, we cannot just use these. You see what it says? When I try to click on this food, I can only use it at a pub. When I try to click on the drink, I can only use it at a tavern. And these are my regenerating things. So how am I supposed to regenerate in this game if I can't even eat the food and the drink that I bought when I'm not in a pub? Well, that's the mechanic that's different in this game. We need to find a rest shrine. The only place that you can get the equivalent of eating and drinking is making camp. And making camp is in the quest somewhere as a specific shrine. You'll see it. It'll be labeled on the map. This is true of every single quest in DDO. It's a mechanic that's built into the game. It's something that's not the same as other games, and it's something important to know. If I were to spend all my mana right now, right? Let's actually try to demonstrate this. So one of the things I'm going to do too, because we got this hireling, we will summon the hireling. So this is the cleric that we bought. She's with us. She gets a little action bar here. You can see she can do a couple different things. We can set her to attack. We can set her to passive. We can set her to guard. So if we highlight ourselves and we put guard, we can press this little shield and she will guard us. That means if we get attacked, she'll attack back and she'll heal us if we need to heal. She has Nimbus of Light, which is a DPS ability. She has a heal, which we can actually tell her to heal us. See, she just cast a heal on us. She has something called Remove Fear, which if you got feared, she could cast Remove Fear on you. And there's that. Remove Fear also puts a buff on you. So you see we have 10 minutes of this buff. And then she also has a buff called Bless because she's a cleric. So we cast that, and now we have 5 minutes of Bless, pardon me, which basically gives us bonus to attacks and saving throws. And so what we're going to do is we're going to go through here because I want to demonstrate to you something. If I were to use up all my mana, which is this blue bar, by attacking these people here, I'm going to try to use some of my mana anyway. All right, so I have 97% of my mana right now. I'll add a couple of buffs to myself. So there I put Jump and Expeditious Retreat on myself. You can see up here now I have these little, you have Expeditious Retreat for 5 minutes. You have Jump for 5 minutes. If I highlight myself and I look at my bonuses, I can see them all right there. But my mana, my blue bar, this 86% will not raise itself at all. Like, so the point I'm getting at is if I'm not careful and I just run around casting a bunch of spells, I'm only casting these because these are the ones that I can cast. But if I were just running around just spam casting spells without thinking, well, now I'm running out of mana. And how am I going to get my mana back? I only have 20% of my mana left, and I cannot use my bubbling brown froth to regenerate. So I have to like figure out where the shrine, where the camp location is in these quests in order to actually rest and gain my resources back. So it's probably one of the most interesting mechanics that DDO has, that this mechanic of like finding the rest location, making camp, it's totally different than other games, right? So without finding the camp though, I have no way short of leaving the quest, going to the inn, drinking the froth, the brown drink, waiting for it to regenerate me, and then running back to the quest and coming back in. That's the only thing that I can do right now. And back when this game first launched, that's what people used to do. So we saw when we ran by this door, we're seeing it right here. Our spot check is going off, telling us that we see something hidden. You see right over our head, we just saw it again. That means that there's something here. It's like basically The Hobbit. We know there's a secret door here. We just don't know where it is. We have to look around. So the way we look around in this game is we hit search. Search is something that you actually have to physically drag to your bar. It's one of your skills. You drag it to the bar, and then you activate it. And there it is. We just found the secret door. That's great. And this is sort of what I was talking about earlier, how this game is sort of set up. A really good example is Raiders of the Lost Ark Act 1 where Indy's going through that temple, like a lot of the quests are designed like that. So we have to be aware that we could step on a trap. We could walk into something that we weren't ready for. So it's just a lot of the quests in DDO are made like that. So we need to have solutions for what might happen. We just found one. We found 3 starter heal potions. So we're going to pick that up and we're going to drag these to our bar so we can activate them if we need them. And this is the other thing that I was talking about earlier. I don't know if you guys noticed this when I was in combat with those things down there. I was able to cast my magic missiles, but I was not able to cast my burning hands. The reason why, and you can see up here, it says spell action, spell not prepared. At one point when I was in the inn, I swapped out my spells. If you modify your character sheet, it is not altered or modified on these bars at all. You have to like think of these bars as completely separate, coded by somebody separate. They don't update ever. So if you change anything in this character sheet, you have to redo it on these bars. So basically, this burning hands I eliminated it, but because the bars are separate, they're not updated, I physically have to take it and move it off and then put the new spell that I got on here. And you have to do this every single time you update your character in any way that's meaningful. Anything that you change, any new feat that you get, any feat that you enhance, any ability that you enhance, you would have to drag a new copy to the bar, get rid of the old one, because these bars are the opposite of AI, right? They are just dumb. They just don't know anything. These bars don't know anything about what's going on in the game. They only are placeholders for what you drag from your character sheet. And I don't know why it's not coded like to just automatically update what you do over on the sheet here, but it isn't. So this is also not like any other MMO. Most MMOs, when you change something on your character on a bar, it's reflected on the bar itself. You don't have to worry about it. Like, you know, WoW, SWTOR, Elder Scrolls, it's all, you know, those things update automatically. But the reason why I'm talking about this a lot too is I see a lot of new players who come to play this game who aren't aware of this, and their bar is just filled with stuff that doesn't work because they haven't updated any of it. The other thing to keep in mind too is if you update an ability and make it stronger here, but don't update it here, this is going to be using the old version, not the new updated strong version. So that's yet another reason to come into your character sheet and check all this stuff to make sure that you have all the latest versions of stuff. Now, there's only one version of search, right? So these skills are a little bit different. You just have to drag these to your bar and put them where you want. It's not like you ever have to update search, but things like feats, spells, enhancements, destinies, all that stuff, you have to actively like update them. And, you know, there are outliers, there are examples of things that are a little bit intuitive, but as a general rule, it's very bad. For any of the bars, we want to make sure that we get a fresh copy. So here we found a trap. Because I'm on a wizard, I have no way to deal with this trap. Like I have no way to disable the trap. So the only thing I can do is try not to get hit by it. You can see if I stand in it, I will just take a bunch of acid damage. They changed the game a little while ago in the starter area where you can actually like experience trap damage without getting instantly killed. But as a good rule of thumb, just assume that if you hit a trap, it's going to kill you. You like don't want to get hit by a trap. We opened a chest. Something that we should talk about is when you open a chest, you usually get an item. You usually get a bunch of like disposable items like food or arrows or things like that. You usually get gems, and then you get a little bit of money, gold or platinum or whatever it is, silver. Usually you get like that's the split, and based on the level of the quest, the items will be better. You know, if you come in here on casual, you'll get less money. If you come in on elite, you'll get a lot more money, and the item will be a lot better. This chest for me, like I cannot use that docent because that works for a Warforged, which is I'm a human. Warforged or a different race, so that won't work for me. Arrows I could shoot with a bow. I don't have a bow right now, but that's not bad. And then the gems I can sell for money. And then the gold, we need gold, right? We need gold. Something to pay attention to here, though, and we're going to talk about this because this is part of the pay to win that's built into the game. Like I said, this is a free game to play, but there is a monetization system in place. You can go to the store, you can buy quality of life items, you can buy things to make the game a little bit easier. And this is one of the systems that they have where you can pay. The currency is an Astro Shard. You can pay to re-roll chests if you like wanted to make it so that you re-rolled it to see if you could get some better loot. You can literally pay real money and then do that. That's up to you. That it's a built-in microtransaction, and some people love microtransactions. Some people hate them. It's a hot topic. I don't really care. I'm neutral on it. If that's your thing, you want to spend money and re-roll chests, go for it. Do whatever makes you happy. I don't think you need to do it though, because these chests just have a bunch of junk in them now, right at this early game. There's probably other stuff that's better to spend microtransaction money on, you know, like DLC content, buying expansions, things like that, right? Cosmetics, buy a mount, like that kind of thing. Buy a horse mount or whatever, as opposed to re-rolling chests. But it is something to consider. And something else to keep in mind is look at how suspiciously close it is to the button that you have to click to loot everything. So you want to be careful. If you purchased Astro Shards, like you can see, I have 15 Astro Shards on this server. These are useful to have because sometimes like there are things that you can buy for Astro Shards that might help you out. But you just want to be careful that you don't accidentally re-roll a chest because they put the button so close to this loot button. It's not like you have to interact with it. It's just you want to be careful to not accidentally hit it if you don't want to. But if you want to, that's fine. Dude, go for it. You can see my spell-like ability, that magic missile, is doing pretty good damage. I have it maximized and quickened. And I no longer have magic missile as a spell, so that's another example of what I was talking about, how the bars don't update. So you can see I try to cast that, but it won't let me cast it because I don't have this spell. See that failed action spell not prepared. So I have to physically drag it off my bar in order to like refresh my bar. We see a chest sitting in the middle here. We'll loot it. Is there anything I can use? That's another example of that exclamation point with the little yellow golden bar down the bottom, meaning that I'm not proficient in that item and I can't use it. So I could take that item. I can take it, I can sell it, I could melt it down for materials, although I don't know if this rusty, crappy old heavy mace would give me many materials, but we loot it. And on certain chests, they have this reroll turned off. If it's a chest that has like a specific thing in it for a quest or something, usually you can't re-roll it, and they don't let you re-roll chests in raids either, but so we loot that. And if I want to use that, I want to show you something because I'm using a staff that I am proficient with, and proficient, the word proficiency in this game is used very similar to how it is in real life. Like if you can type in real life, you're proficient with a typewriter, right? Like you studied it, you know how to use it. So that's the same idea. If I'm not proficient with a mace, I never spent any time learning how to use a mace, I'm going to swing it like an idiot. So if I equip this mace, the game tells me it doesn't say, you know, hey, bozo, you're not proficient with that. But that's essentially what this little red exclamation mark is telling you. Dude, you're not proficient with this item, and you're going to take a significant hit on not only the ability to actually hit something, it's going to be much harder for you to hit something, but you'll also do reduced damage. So you want to only use things that you are proficient in. Now, you still can, and I'll show you. I'm going to run up to this dude, and I'm going to hit him with this mace. See how I'm just going to run in swinging. We're going to pretend we're at the Fight Club. You can see I'm missing him a lot, but I actually did hit him, and I did some damage. I did 4 damage there, miss, and then I just did 6 damage. So, you know, like, you can use it. It's just not as effective as if we were to use something we were proficient in, which is this staff. I'll run into the next area here. We'll run up and hit the monster with the staff. I won't even cast a spell. I'm just going to run up and hit this necromancer right there. And again, we'll run in swinging. So you see, I hit him for 5, 1, 7, 2. Like I'm missing a lot less. 2, 3, 5. Like, it's just a lot better. So if you're using something that you're proficient in, it's just a lot better of an experience. So it may be difficult to kind of discern with all the rules that we have and how deep the game is, what you are and are not proficient with. You can always look up your class on the DDO wiki, but a great way to tell is if you see that little red exclamation point, which will always show up over here, you want to check that. Now, I have my stuff over this side. It may be that on a default, if you didn't change your UI at all, that you may see it over here. But in my UI, I altered it so I see all the buffs and debuffs over there. So that's something to keep in mind. So while we have the mace, we're not going to use the mace. The other thing that we picked up that we can use was that Eternal Wand of Finger of Fire. And that we are proficient with. I can drag it to the bar. If I have 50 charges on it, right? Like, you can drag anything to the bar. Like, I can drag this staff to the bar, and if I click it, then I'm using it. And then if I want to use the wand, I click that, and now I'm using that. It won't automatically update. Like, I think if I threw the staff away, this would sort of turn like it would not be visible anymore, except for like a silhouette. But then I would have to remove the silhouette. Like, it doesn't automatically update that. Something else to keep in mind for DDO too is, like I was saying earlier, if you're starting off brand new to the game, you're not going to have a lot. A really easy way to get new stuff is to just run around and break stuff. You can see, like, breaking that sarcophagus just dropped a bunch of copper pieces on the ground. Copper pieces aren't really worth that much, but if you have nothing, if you're like literally brand new to the game, if it's your first time playing, I highly recommend you run around and break as much stuff as you can, pick up everything that you can, and then if you don't need it, sell it. If you want to save it. But so we talked about a lot about how I've used my spell points, I've taken damage, I'm not regenerating. I can't use the food or the drink that I bought at the inn because it says in order to do that, I have to be at a tavern. Well, what do? We have to make camp. And in this game, you can't actually like pull out a backpack, get some kindling, make a fire, you know, like anywhere you want. You have to do it in designated zones. So what they did is they basically made these little special rooms. Every quest will have these, and they look like that. There's the 2 little blue, and it's called, you know, they're called a rest shrine. Basically, it's where you rest. Basically, it's like building a camp. You can resurrect if you die here, touching this resurrection shrine, and there's no limit to how many times you can touch the resurrection shrine. So if you run out and die, one of the things that it's sort of important to understand about the way a resurrection shrine works is when you die, I wonder if I can actually die. Let me see if I can actually die, because I want to demonstrate this. If you die, your soul stone drops, and you're basically anchored to wherever your soul stone is, and you have to have enough. You have to be close enough to the resurrection shrine in order to get to it. So we'll demonstrate that right now. I'm going to let this dude kill me. I mean, hopefully they can. These things, in case you're wondering why this thing is not hitting me hard, I'm level 1. This is a CR challenge rating 0.25, meaning that in order for me to face an enemy that is equal in power to me, I have to fight 4 of these things, right? Because it's 0.25. But there's 2 of them, so eventually they'll get me. But that's the reason why they're taking so long, because they're very weak compared to me. It's always useful to look at the challenge rating. Now, we'll see if they actually can kill me, because like I said, once you hit 0, you go unconscious. In this game, you don't instantly die. I'm unconscious. I've got this incapacitation note, and now this note is another microtransaction, right? You want to resurrect, you can pay with a microtransaction that will give you an instant res. Will put your health back and get you up. But you automatically can regenerate to wake up. Because basically you're just knocked unconscious. So, I'm wondering if these mobs actually have enough to actually kill me. I don't think they do. And again, this is like a very early quest. These are designed to teach you the game. They're not designed to like obliterate you immediately. So they have a lot of like checks and balances to keep the mobs from just instantly annihilating you. So another thing to think about, if you want to do the microtransaction, you could pay the money right there and resurrect yourself. I'm not going to do that. I'm probably not going to be able to demonstrate what I was trying to tell you. Like, you can actually shut this off if you hit do not show that again. Now it won't show itself. I was hoping that they'd kill me, because what'll happen is my soul stone would wind up here, and then as a ghost I would have to run to the shrine, that resurrection shrine, and click it. If I were too far, I wouldn't be able to do it, because I would be too far away. And we're gonna hit this dude with our fire wand and see if we can kill him. That's the one that we got. It's not doing a lot of damage. And he just incapacitated me. A lot of times what'll happen in non-starter quests, this is a starter quest, when you get incapacitated, the monsters will like spawn camp you. They'll literally all like just gather around you, and as soon as you pop up, they'll hit you, and then usually what happens is somebody critically hits you and kills you. Because he's an archer, that's why he ran away from me. He's trying to get into bow range. In DDO, the closer you are with a bow, although not on every character, like, he has a much harder chance to hit me when he's shooting me with the bow if I'm really close to him. This is something to keep in mind if you're fighting ranged characters. You run right up next to them and they have a penalty to hit you. Unless they are like an elven archer that has a specific feat. Some of the mobs do have that feat, but for the most part. And he'll run away, right, to get optimal. Although now he switched to melee, and okay, we were able to kill him. Now I'm almost dead. But let's assume I was dead. My soul stone would be on the ground back there. Somebody could pick it up and run it to the shrine, but I can try to run back to the shrine, and what I have to do is run back, and I have to click this. And then I would resurrect, probably low like I am now, and then to recuperate, because I still can't drink or eat my food, even though we're at camp. That's counterintuitive. It makes no sense. I mean, I've had people ask me, like, why is it stupid like that? I have a backpack full of food. We're at a campground and I can't eat the stuff. It's because all of the mechanic is wrapped up in this shrine. By you clicking the shrine, it's effectively a video game version of a role play of you making camp, eating food, having drinks, relaxing, you know, like it just covers everything. Like this is also a day-night cycle. So like it assumes that you rest, and you can see I just got my little prepare spell. So it's assuming that you had a full rest. And then if you're on a caster that needs to prepare spells every day, this is the time that you would then prepare your spells. So I'm going to stick with these spells, but just to reiterate, like the point of refreshing the bar. So if I take this Expeditious Retreat off and I put Mage Armor on, okay, great. Now I have Mage Armor that I can cast on myself, but it doesn't appear anywhere on the bar. If I look at this Expeditious Retreat, you can see it looks kind of like a blurred out version of itself. And when I click it, it says I don't have the spell. There's no action. So it didn't update itself. So what I have to do is I literally have to take my Mage Armor and copy it and like overwrite that one that I have now. And then I can cast Mage Armor on myself. And I can cast Jump on myself. The resting did not heal me up that much. So this is where I would rely on the other solutions I have for healing, which are potions. So I'll drink a potion. And then because I have a cleric hireling with me that I hired in the town, she'll cast some heals on me right there. And so I'm going to proceed adventuring, looking for like things that I can break to find some money or items. I don't see anything else, although I do see a chest there on the ground. So we might as well open that. See what's in this one. So this one has a sword, and this is also something. See that little exclamation point right there? I mean, I'm not proficient with this sword either, so I'm going to take it. But it's yet another item that I can't really use. And how I'm targeting these, I'm targeting them with a basically tabbing. If I just hit tab, it just cycles through the different things. Very similar to other games, you know, tab target. And we're in a quest, so we're following the quest guide. We have to investigate the crypt. We have to destroy all the Devourer altars. So we're looking for the last Devourer altar. All quests in DDO are set up pretty much the same. There'll always be like a quest, what to do next. I hit that dude for 12 points and it didn't kill him. All right, there we go. Okay, so we've got all that. We just have to continue to investigate the crypt. Now, all these sarcophagi are broken open. I did pick up crests as I was dealing with those necromancers, so I'm going to put them in this. And this key here is very common in DDO. You pick up these little crests, so crest of the bat, crest of the octopus. This is very common. You will see these kind of keys all the time. It's basically just a key lock system where you just add them in, and you can trade those to people. So if you picked up one of those crests, you could trade it to another player. This room is filled with mobs, and this is something else to demonstrate. Like, they're blocking the door. I can't get through the zombie until he's dead. Now I can get through. Like, so you have to be careful. You can get blocked by mobs. You can get like locked into a location. You can get stampeded or corralled. Like, you know, you just have to be careful. There are some abilities that you can take that will allow you to move through monsters, but for the most part, it's really easy to get position locked by monsters, and you can actually get killed really easily that way, you know, if you're not careful. So the last thing I have to do is destroy the final altar, which I will do with my staff. Easy enough. Although my damage is so god-awful that it's taking me a while to kill this altar, but... There it is. And that's... The quest's advanced. It says it's completed. We see that. We get a finish out button, which allows us to leave. I get a bunch of XP. So I got another rank. And then what we want to do is loot, but we also can go through, like, because we're looking for items, right? We can break all this stuff and make sure that nothing drops that might be useful for us. Here's our chest. And we got a bunch of stuff. Nothing, I don't use great swords, so nothing I can use, but we can sell all this other stuff. There's a little bit of gold, there's some gems, so we'll loot that. We're not re-rolling it, obviously. For all the quests that you do in DDO, if you hit this XP, it'll give you a report of everything that you did in the quest. It'll show you the level of the quest, the base XP, all the different bonuses that you got. It'll tell you, like, if you do quests a certain amount of times in a row, like, you'll start to get penalties. But because this was the first time we did it, we got a 20% bonus. It shows you who killed all the monsters, how many killing blows. Now, keep in mind, that's only killing blows. So you could have your buddy run around and do, you know, like if there's 10 kobolds and they all have 10 hit points, your buddy does 9 points of damage to all of them. And then you run up and hit each one for 1 point and kill them all. You got 10. It would show you killing 10 kobolds, but it doesn't take into account the fact that your friend warmed them all up for you and did 90% of the damage, right? So it's not a damage meter, it's a kill counter. That's it. So it's sort of inaccurate. There are a lot of people, there's a lot of, at least there used to be, I don't know if there still is now, but there used to be a lot of pugs that would pay a lot of attention to who was getting a lot of kills, and you know, the perception was those players were better. But it's not necessarily true, because they could just be really good at kill sniping. They could be really good at, they'll always be cheating stuff. Like they can just wait for you to get it really low and then run up and smack it and kill it and get the kill. I'm neutral on it one way or the other. I don't really care. But it's just something to be aware of. It is in no way an indicator of how good you are as a player if you're getting a lot of kills. It just means that you've got a lot of killing blows. As opposed to some of these other things like secret doors discovered, traps disabled, like people who are doing the traps, finding the secret doors, those skills are actually like contributing to the group, and it's, you can get pretty good bonuses by disabling a lot of traps, finding a lot of secret doors. Breakables, anybody can do breakables, and you do get bonus for breakables. And then it'll show you here like your daily playthrough. Every day I think you can do the daily playthrough to get a 25% bonus on a quest, and they let you do that once. So if you wanted to do like quests as dailies, if you like doing certain quests while you level up, you can. But DDO does not level adjust. So like we couldn't continue to do this quest over and over and over all the way to level 20, because this is just a level 1 quest. We will eventually go in here and not get any XP at all if we get too high level. I think if we went in at like level 7, I think it's about 5 levels over or something, 6 levels over. But this is something else too. Like we exited the quest. The person we need to talk to has this chalice with the little green check. We talked to her. Oh, the weird noises in the crypt are coming from the Swahagan that are in there, necromancers. Oh my God, they're raising the dead. And then she'll give you a reward. Obviously, like whatever you decided for your class and race, you're going to pick these rewards based on what your role is. So if you made a tank or a melee DPS, or you wanted to redo Legolas and you made an archer DPS, you're going to pick an option here that makes the most sense. I think for me, because I'm a wizard, concentration and will saves makes the most sense for me. Constitution is always good, but I don't want the curses that come with that item, so I'll take the focus necklace. And then we have to, it's not automatically equipped by you. You have to like put it on. So now we have that on. You can see I have a lot of junk in my bag now that I'm accumulating. And so what I'm going to do is go and sell it and see if we can buy some heal potions. I have 2. So we'll go to this general vendor and we want to trade. Now, if you have a high haggle, you'll get better prices for this. If you have a high charisma, you get better prices. But we're just going to sell all this stuff that we don't need. We're going to sell all the gems. I'm not going to sell my food. And I'm not going to sell my spell components. The spell components, if you read that, level 1 sorcerer, warlock, wizard, material components, we need those because some of our spells, if we look at, and this is very intricate part of the game where we're not going to cover a lot of this now, but it's important to understand that every spell has a different component. Some components are somatic, manipulated actions with your hands or your legs or whatever. Some are verbal, which are spoken. And then some are material, which are these actual things. So if you have any spells that need material components, which we do, jump needs pinch of fine sand. Well, that's what this is. That's our stack of spell materials. That's what we need. So we need to save that. So we're not going to sell that. And so something else that we can do, we don't want to sell our food. So I click on it and then I just go to this little lock right here, hide item from the sell interface so I don't accidentally see it to sell it. I click the lock and it disappears. I can do that for all the items that I don't want to sell. So I would recommend that you do that. And then everything else that we don't want, we're just going to sell it. They do have like a sell gem button if you want to sell that quick. You can mark things as junk and then sell all your junk. And they do have a really good buyback system in this game. You can see some of this gear I like pulled out of my bank and threw it away and I can buy it back. So, I mean, the buyback in this game is really, really good. So you don't really have to be worried about accidentally throwing something away. It's super handy. And so we do now have almost 90 platinum and we can buy, I'll buy 10 heal potions, right? So now I have 12. I mean, so that I'm in a lot better situation than I was prior to doing that quest. And now I got another point that I can spend on my build. Really interesting, though, is that I can also spend one of these points over here in the human tree if I really want to and get a little boost. I don't think I'm going to do that, though. I think what I'm going to do is just stick with Archmage for now. Yeah, Byron, right. Somebody in chat saying buy Byron. Byron is the barbarian, right? The crazy strong barbarian. I think I have enough money to buy him. Yeah, there he is. So that's something that somebody in chat brought up that's very good to understand in the early game is that some of these hirelings will make your life a lot easier. As we saw with the cleric hireling, she was able to heal us. She also did a little bit of damage. This barbarian, I will buy it for 4 gold pieces. He's super, super strong and will basically do all of our fighting for us. We don't really need to worry about. Sorry, somebody just sent me somebody's asking me if I want to join their guild. I'm going to ignore that for now. So here's the next quest, and we will actually use Byron in this quest. We're not going to spend that much time questing, obviously, right? Because this is the new area. You're gonna if you're brand new to DDO, I just need to cover a bunch of like concepts for you. But so what we're gonna do on this one, we did the last one on normal. If you're free to play, you won't be able to go in on hard. But if you decided to VIP but I just want to demonstrate like how it's a little bit different. So we're going on hard. And likely I probably might die because I have no gear on and I'm on hard. But I do have Byron with me. And like we just said, Byron is definitely so what I'm going to do is turn him on, order my companion to become active. This is important because this will make it so that they will attack or heal or defend. If for some reason you just left them on guard, sometimes they get a little dumb. And then if you turn them on this one, that just basically tells them to be 100% passive. They won't do anything. So I would stay on active. And now what we're going to do is our quest is we need to find a hidden scroll. So we're going to look around, see if we can find a scroll. And we already know that we're going to break as much stuff as we can and pick up whatever we can find. Byron is doing most of the DPS for us because he's got this giant two-handed flaming sword. And in the meantime, we're just going to basically pick up anything that drops on the ground and look around for the scroll. Going to pick up that money, and I'm going to pick up that potion. And you can see Byron does crazy damage, like really good. So I would recommend as soon as you get a little bit of money, definitely get a hireling, whether you do the cleric or whether you do this barbarian hireling. They're super useful. I mean, they can die just like you can. They do a lot of stupid things, but when you're really low level, they can help augment whatever it is that you need, heals or GPS. You can buy in the store for a microtransaction. You can get a rogue that will actually like find traps for you and secret doors and things like that. The key that I'm looking for is on the ground over there. I'm going to pick it up. Okay, now my quest updated. And there's some really angry Swahagan running at me, so I'm going to cast a magic missile on him and hope that Byron keeps him far away from me, which he did. This Swahagan has a chest. We're going to loot it. So that's a little bit different than other games, right? They don't just drop loot right there where they die. We actually have to go and find their chest. Again, like, you know, all the concepts are there, the fundamental concepts. It's just DDO does it a little bit different. I got another docent. I don't use docents, but in case you're wondering what docents are, they're the little gems that, see, Byron is a warforged. He is like a robot, ascension construct. He could use a docent. It would slot right in his chest, but we can't give it to him because he's just an NPC. But if we had a friend who was a warforged, or if we made a warforged ourselves, we could use it. We decided to go human because we wanted to do a wizard. I could have made a warforged. If you were curious about warforged, I think artificer is a really good class to be a warforged on. But that's a different, you know, that would be for a different guide than this. This is just basically like an introduction to DDO as an MMO if you've never played it before. But I'm assuming that this people who watch this are going to be people who've never played this game. And this game is a lot different than other MMOs. It doesn't, a lot of the way that we have the setup is unique. I think that's an asset. I think it's one of the things that makes DDO a great game, that we don't do things like any other MMO. A lot of the stuff is unique. And as a result, it can be super fun. This is something that's common in DDO too. Like the end of this quest is a puzzle. And in this game, there are a lot of puzzles. A lot of the puzzles are very similar to this. So it's like lining up lights or activating little circles. And so they want to teach you this early. That's why this quest is here. Something that you'll notice, like as I'm on the map and I'm trying to spin these, my hireling is like standing right next to me, right? It's like super annoying. There's no, hey, Byron, can you hang back a little bit button? No. So what we can do is we can take him over here. And if you look at this, toggle your companion standing ground or not standing ground. If we make him stand his ground, it's going to get a little flag, and then he technically should not move. I mean, they do move, but he'll stay there while I'm off here doing this. It's good to understand that mechanic, the stand your ground, because it can help. And so basically what we want to do is make it so that all these corners are lit up, basically, right? So very simple puzzle design. All right, and we did it, and there it goes. And you can always tell when you do the puzzle, because whatever it will click off. So now we have access to that scroll. And that's it for the quest. There's nothing on the ground that I can pick up. There's nothing left to do. Got everything. If we look at we did it on hard, and we did it first time and got 20% bonus, but because we did it on hard for the first time, we got a 50% bonus in XP. Like, so that's one of the reasons, like, if you love the game, if you play it for free for a while and you love it, it's worth VIP subbing, because you can go in and get a whole bunch of XP and quests, and it just makes questing a lot faster, because if you do it on hard or elite, you just end up getting a lot more experience, a lot better loot. And because Byron is an NPC hireling, they only exist in the quests. Like, because we're now in a public zone, Byron is no longer with us, and we cannot summon him here either. It says you cannot do that in public. Very similar to the food. You know, you can only use the food in a tavern. You can only rest at a rest shrine. You can only use NPCs in like quest areas. And so this person tells you thanks, and they give you a reward. I'm probably going to take, I think the best thing would be the false life belt. That'll give me more hit points, and that'll keep me alive longer, having more hit points. And like I said to you earlier, it doesn't automatically equip any gear for you. Unlike some games, I think, that automatically equip gear that you get in your backpack. You actually have to physically drag it. But there it is. There's my extra hit points. I'm going to go to the bar here, and I'll just sell all this stuff. Could have gone to the vendor outside, but there's a lot of vendors all over the city. So we'll sell. The other thing to keep in mind is the buyback works on anyone. So even though you sell it to one, it's not like you have to go back to the same vendor and buy back. You can buy back off any vendor, no matter where you sell it. And you can do sell gems. We'll just automatically sell all the gems for you. I'm not going to save any of these potions, but potions are a way of solving problems in this game. So it's worth saving. Like, if you're brand new, I would save these resist electric. You know, since this is a guide for that, I actually will, because we may actually use these. I want to save these Cure Light Wound potions. We don't need the Tumble potion, though, so we'll sell that. So now I have 77. Something else that we should probably talk about, just the way that the rest shrine works if you die. This spirit binder, this is what the spirit binder does, is it will tie your reincarnation to this area. So when you die in battle, it will bring you back to Korthos if you align yourself here, like if you click this. But if you don't, the game will default you to like the first place that you spawned in, which this was the first place that we spawned in. So there's no need to bind to him, because you're already bound to him. But if you came out of a quest and you needed healing, or like you had a curse on you or something like that, you can hit I need healing, and then he will offer you a bunch of different services. Quite expensive, but it is a location that you can have things cast on you if you needed it. Like, something to keep in mind. That's what these spirit menders, just the binders, clerics, whatever they're called, in the bars, that's what they do. So we talked about our saving throws, right? But let's talk about armor class. Armor class, basically, if you've ever played pen and paper, it's how hard you are to get hit. So if a monster wants to hit you, they have to roll an attack roll, and then that would be against your armor class. Now, there's other things that play into your defensive numbers. There's things like evasion. There's things like dodge. Very basic is armor class. And so we have a 10. So my armor class is 10. I think that's the lowest you can get. Basically, what we have to do is try to find some gear that will give me a little bit of a better armor class. Whether that's finding a robe that has like a boost to armor. I did take mage armor in the meantime, so I can actually cast it on myself. And now my armor class is 14. Well, that's a lot better than 10, right? That's way better than 10. So it looks like it's a good idea for me to run with mage armor for right now. Something else that we need to talk about is for our gear is repair. So if we look at my robe, if we look at that, the apprentice's robe, you can see that there's a blue bar and that it says cloth hardness level 4, durability is 18 of 25. That's because that item is taking a bunch of damage. And if it goes down to 0, it will become useless. You can fix it by coming to any vendor, clicking on this repair tab, and then it will tell you how much it costs to repair it. Something to keep in mind that certain items that are not bound to you or bound to your account can take permanent damage, and that will register as like a red, like a mark inside that bar. And if it gets enough of those red marks, the item will just become completely useless. It's rare though for that to happen, but if you had something that you loved that you found and you just wore it forever and it just took a bunch of damage, it may become useless. There are ways to fix it. You could go into the store and buy, it's a microtransaction, you could buy with money something to fix an item. There's also rituals that you can bind things to you so they won't take damage, but for now, for this purpose, something to keep in mind that every time you quest and you come out of a quest, you sell all the stuff that you got, you sell all your gems, you sell all your junk. You also want to look at your repair tab and just make sure that you repair everything that you have. It's not expensive to repair, and that will basically allow you to quest the next quest. You'll have your stuff. You can see it's fully repaired now. Everything is fully repaired. Because that rugged belt is bound to character, it won't take permanent damage. This apprentice robe is also bound to me, so that won't take permanent damage. This staff is, what I need to do is find an item that's not bound, just a random item, and maybe I could show you guys the damage, but it's just something to keep in mind. You want to repair your stuff. Yeah, so leveling up, we talked about experience, the experience bar down the bottom here. There's different ways. There's different experience, right? I'm counting 4 different experience types in the game, right? There's heroic experience, there's epic and legendary experience, there's Reaper experience, and then there is Sentient XP experience. For this video, for our purposes as beginners in DDO, we only really need to worry about character experience, which basically takes you from level 1 to level 20. That's what they call heroic. Beyond that, epic and legendary, it's a little bit different. And then Reaper is also different. Reaper actually even has its own tab, like you get experience in this here. It's a different progression, and then you buy different abilities. Reaper is like an enhanced difficulty version in this game, and it's a whole risk reward system. So hey, the game gets a lot harder, but they give you slightly better loot, and then you can continue to go up, and it gets really, really difficult. Reaper goes from 1 to 10, and then Sentient XP is completely different system. We won't talk about that at all in this video, but it's something that later on you can get a weapon that you can level up. But for here now, we're level 1. We have 2,666 experience, and it was enough for me to earn another point. So I've spent 1 point to get this SLA for the spell-like ability Magic Missile. And then I put another point in Energy of the Scholar, which gives me more spell points. And I'm going to take my next point and put it in there as well. So now I should see, I have 216 spell points. I should see, I think it should go to 246. I might be wrong, but I think, 250. Okay, so I got a bunch more. And as a wizard, that's great. So that's one of the reasons why I'm doing that Energy of the Scholar, so I can get more spell points. This here is something to keep in mind. Like, the way that I have this set up, this little thing here, this is a party window. So if I were to join a party, there would be a whole bunch of people who would join it, like who would have little tags this size. I'm the only one though who has the big one. Like that's my characters. This is for like groups. So I can get 5 other people in here for a party. If I joined a raid, we can have up to 12 people. And I just have it showing all the time. I think you can set up your UI to only show this if you are in a party, but I have it set to show all the time. So this quest can suck, even with Byron. So I'm just going to do this one on normal since I have no gear, and we're going to let Byron kill everything. But this here, we have to protect a crystal. So I'm going to turn him on active, right? And then we'll run in here. I'm wondering if I have... All right, so Byron killed that mob so fast. Because he's on active, he's going to see things before I will. Yeah. Which is the reason I recommend putting them on active. You can see how much better it is. If we just kept him on passive or whatever, he wouldn't. All right, you can see the enemy health. They're probably going to destroy that. No, Byron killed it. Yeah, you can see the enemies have like they have a health bar. And even though Byron is like obliterating them, it's pretty easy to see how much health a mob has. So in case you're wondering, that's very similar to like every other MMO that you play, or any other video game that you play where there's bad guys. Like pretty easy to see, like they have a little health bar. So this quest is much easier with Byron here because he'll just run around and kill everything for you. And that mark there is that we hear something, but I couldn't see it. Byron could see it, but I can hear it. That's what that little thing is on the ground. There's only one monster left if we look at the quest log. We have to protect the crystal, and there's one monster. Should show up soon, hopefully. Yeah, there he is. Yeah, on normal with Byron, this is easy, but if you do this like on elite alone, it can be quite a challenge to keep them from breaking that crystal, because one hit will just shatter it. So here, so this is a good example of like defenses. So my armor class is 10, but I can take here a version of DR. This reduces physical damage taken. I could also take these bracers that give me the cast of a spell called Aid, which will give me temporary hit points. And then I can take this, which gives me reduction in piercing weapons. Well, the conversation is that in DDO, there's 3 different types of like melee physical damage, right? I might be wrong. Maybe there's a 4th, but it's piercing, bludgeoning, and slashing. So a sword slashes, a mace bludgeons, and an arrow pierces, right? If you can block one of those types, you'll take less actual damage, even if they hit you, right? So I like the idea of having a piercing reduction. That way, if something's shooting an arrow at me from far away, I'm going to take reduced damage from those arrows until I can get up to the monster and actually hit it. So usually what I take from this is the Spearbane. And then I have to, like I said, it's not automatically put on, so I drag it and put it on. And now it's actually going to show me under my damage reduction. I have 4 damage reduction versus physical piercing attacks. And then the slash and then slash bludgeon is the damage, the physical damage that I don't have damage reduction to, right? So if that was just a 4 and then a dash, that would be damage reduction to all physical damage. But because I see slash and bludgeon, that means slash and bludgeon are not included in that list. It's only, and the only other one left is piercing, right? So And if I take them off, you can see that it disappears. So this is what I was saying earlier about how everything is updated on your character sheet on the fly, but nothing is updated on your actual bars on the fly. So even though it's updated over here, it's not updated over here. We're really close to go to a class trainer. So let's see if we can, using Byron, get enough XP to go and level up at a class trainer, because I think it's worth. We'll do this on hard, right? It's a level 2 on hard, and we're going to pull out Byron immediately because he will do the DPS for us, and then hopefully we can stay alive. This quest has a lot of monsters that attack all at once, but we just have to defend this bar. And my spell-like ability for Magic Missile just hit that dude for 20. Now I hit him for 13. I'm like super squishy. But luckily Byron is super tough, so he's just going to kill everything. I have 12 heal potions in case I get like attacked and overrun. And I do also have my fire wand that I can attack with, so I'll do that too. It does pretty good damage. Okay, and we'll loot this chest. Got a necklace. It's level 2. I can't wear it yet. And then I got some money and some gems. That's good. And now we're just waiting for a phase. A lot of times in the quest, things occur in phases. So here's the next phase. Remember what I talked about getting like stuck by mobs? Like they keep getting around me and then I'm going to be boxed in. I won't be able to move. Something to keep in mind about combat in DDO is it's set up with a system of like flanking. So if something is directly in front of you, everything is normal. Like they attack you, you attack it. If though, however, you're to the side and they attack you, they are considered at an advantage because they are flanking you. So they gain a bonus to hit you. So what you always want to do in this game is try to keep yourself facing the monsters that are attacking you. Because anything that's going to hit you from the side is going to get a flanking bonus. Even worse than that is if you're got your back to something and they hit you, if they have the abilities, a lot of mobs do, they can actually backstab you or do like a critical hit or double damage or whatever. There's a whole bunch of different things they can do from being directly behind you where it's like a blind spot. So you're considered at a big disadvantage. You can take a lot more damage. It's really easy to get killed that way, especially if the monster attacking you happens to be a rogue who does get sneak attack damage or like bypass damage or anything like that. So anytime you've got monsters like circling or trying to get around you, you always want to like back up and try to get at least something behind you, like a wall if you can, or a rock or like a cave wall or anything, just to keep, if I were fighting Byron, like I just had to keep him in front of me. That's it. Otherwise he's going to get a bunch of damage boosts with that big sword that he has, and he'd probably kill me really quick, especially if I like try to run away. A lot of times in people in DDO, when they try to run out of a fight, the reason they die is because they just got hit in the back. It's like the game considers it an attack of opportunity, which is what it would be called in the rules. So it looks like this quest, I automatically found this secret door, which is great. And there's a chest right in front. Now, I'm going to loot this. There's nothing I can use, although I did find a pretty cool magical axe. I don't use axes though, but I'll take it because I'll sell it. But like I'm low on health. So I keep wanting to use this food, but I can't use it, right? Remember what we know about rest shrines. So what I have to do, the only way I can heal is I have to use a heal potion. So like I can top myself off a little bit, so I'll use 2. All right, it's there. So now I have almost 40. And There's a couple monsters. Let's see how far that goes. Ah, it's pretty good. Not a lot of damage on that fire wand, but still, it's something to do. The levers are pretty easy. You can tab target them. You just have to activate. If it was locked, it would tell me it was locked, and I would need to have like a lock picker, which is basically you can open locks using a trapper. See how they're trying to get around me to flank me? If I just stand here, like Byron's dispatching them all, but if I just stand there, like he will fight me here, but eventually they'll circle around and they'll try to flank me or get behind me. This game is coded to take advantage of that. We could actually use that scepter, but it's level 2, so we're not going to use it. Yeah, that's actually a good scepter. It's Resonance and Sonic lore. Those are complementary, so Sonic and Sonic. So that's actually a really good item. What I'm going to do, because this is a camp zone, right? This is a rest shrine. I'm actually going to try to regen my health here. So there we go, and I got almost all my health back. I got 42 of 43 points. That's great. You know what else I'm going to do? I've got 10 armor class there. Now I have 14 armor class, and you know what else? I'm going to do a pro move. I'm going to highlight Byron, and I'm going to cast mage armor on him. So now he's got even more armor on him, and if we look at him, you can see he's got almost 7 minutes of mage armor on him. Since he's doing all of the attacking for me, why not? I'm just going to stand back and shoot my fire wand. And remember, this is on hard, so like I've got nothing on me. Like I'm wearing hardly any gear at all, so like I could be hit by something and messed up. So hopefully Byron takes care of all this. Hopefully he gets aggro on those things. Yeah, all right, great. That's great. We got enough XP to level. So you can see it's quite obvious when you level up. And I appreciate you guys in chat reminding me to get Byron. He really is that much better. So if you're new, I definitely check out the hirelings. They make questing really easy. Sometimes they're super difficult to utilize because they're not very bright, but so we can't really wear that armor. We're done with the quest. All the check boxes are there. If we look at our XP card, we can see we did it on hard. We got a 50% bonus. You can see of the 22 monsters that were killed, Byron got 18 of the killing blows. I got 4. That was enough to get us conquest. We found 1 secret door, no traps. We didn't break anything. There weren't any breakables really. And so the total XP was that. And it was enough to get us a level. And so rather than like running out, we can just hit finish and that will allow us to recall out. And the reason I wanted to do that is because I want to show you guys how to level up and then how to respec. Because it's important to understand like respecking if you're new to this game, because you may make mistakes. Now in this list, I don't see a staff. I'm looking for a staff, right? I don't see a staff. I see a lot of these little yellow exclamation marks. So not much gear for a low level wizard. So I'm probably going to take this ring that allows me to get more spell points, which sounds good. So we'll take that. And we have to equip it. There, so now we have even more spell points. That's great. And I'm going to sell this junk that I looted. And keep in mind, if you accidentally sell something that you realize later on that you didn't want to sell, you can always buy it back. So I'm going to sell the gems, and then I sell the items. These super rich fragments are crafting mats, so we can either save them or sell them. It's up to you. Probably a good idea to save some because they are like crafting mats for crafting if you ever decide to do crafting later. So what we're going to do is mark it and hide them just so I don't see them. And then I'll check my repair tab. I have nothing to repair. That's good. Like I said, if we needed to buy something back, we could. Nothing really that we need to buy. I mean, I could buy some food and some drink, but I'm not going to worry about it right now. I'm going to go level up. The wizard trainer. So here's the thing. You've got to find the trainer for your class type. Like, it's not like one guy like this dude here can train everyone. Every class has its own trainer. So you can see there's the cleric trainer right there. There's the favored soul. There's the paladin. There's the barbarian. There's the fighter, the artificer, sorcerer, ranger. I see everything but wizard. So somebody probably knows exactly where this is. I think maybe he's up over behind the crypt. We'll see. Is he near the warlock trainer, I think? Alchemist, warlock, rogue. There's the wizard trainer right here. So you find whatever class you are, you find your trainer, and you come and talk to the trainer. And talk to the trainer. He's going to let you either spend action points on enhancements if you want to do that. Another way to get to this menu is to click, go into your enhancements here, and you can open that same menu. Or what I did is I mapped the key here, so I can just hit it right there. So I would like to train advanced next level as a wizard. You can see here, he also lets you reset your enhancements or ask him for advice. So we'll talk about the reset after we do level up. So this is the first time that we've leveled up. So the first thing that you have to do is you get more skill points. This is basically like the equivalent of you leveling up in life. Like, let's say you were studying computer science and you learned, you knew Windows, and now you learned, Linux or whatever. You're leveling up, right? So this is basically what you're doing with your skills. You're getting spellcraft, repair, and concentration are now better. You're going to be better at them. And then we're also going to put some points into these cross-class skills, and you won't be able to dump all your points in them. It's going to limit you because they are cross-class with this little asterisk, meaning that you can only do halves. But you're able to get 2.5, and we'll just keep putting points in these as we level up. UMD 2.5, and it looks like I have an extra point. And so I think probably what I'm going to do, probably the most useful for me would probably be search, since it's intelligence based and I could search for stuff later. But, I mean, really, it wouldn't matter. Something that you were attracted to doing in here. Heal would be a good idea. Haggle would be a phenomenal idea if you were a brand new player. Balance, diplomacy, all good. I get to pick another spell. No, actually, I get to pick 2 more spells. And the thing about wizards, I can go to an arcane store, I can buy spell scrolls, and I can scribe all these other scrolls that I need to memorize too into my spell book. So wizards get a spell book, alchemists get a spell book, sorcerers and warlocks are casting based on their persona, so they don't get a spell book really. No divine casters get spell books, so they commune with whatever nature or their deity for their spells. So it's really wizards and artificers and alchemists who get spell books. And so, but the good news with the spell book is that you can use this scribe skill, even though we only get to pick 2 spells and there's like 35 more spells. We can go to a store and actually scribe all of these, so we can get all of them in our spell book and swap them out as we need them for the particular quest that we're doing. So I can take Master's Touch, and that would make it so that any item that has that little yellow "you're not proficient" would go away. I could become proficient with whatever. All I have to do is have the item equipped in my hand, and I cast that spell, and then I'm proficient with it. So we'll take that. And then another thing that I will take, because I want to check out the damage on it, would be this Nyax Cold Ray. That would be like something that I could do to DPS, like shoot a ray of frost at something. So we'll do that. And so then we click OK and we level up, and now we are level 2. We look at our thing, level 2 wizard. You can see the skills reflect the fact that we actually leveled up. So now 2.5, 4.5. And our new spells, I actually need to go to a rest zone to to study my spell book and learn the spell. Like I have to actually, this is the thing about arcane wizards and alchemists and artificers. We can only manipulate our spells in a rest zone here. So prepare spells once we see that. And so what I'm going to do is I'll just do Master's Touch now so I can demonstrate that if I pick something up. Another important point is respecking. So let's say, for the sake of argument, that I decided that my Gandalf idea was not the best, right? I want to do something different. Now, I'm not going to make a new character, but I have a bunch of other trees as a wizard. I want to play around with them. So let's say I want to do fighter magic user. Now that I have access to this Master's Touch, right? Now I want to basically grab a giant axe and I want to run around as a fighter magic user. So in order to respec, you just have to have some money, which we do. We have 450 platinum, which is a decent amount of plat. And I have to come here and hit this respec button, and it's going to tell me I can either do it for in-game platinum, which will cost me 30 plat. Every time I respec, this is going to get more expensive. I think it doubles every time you respec, so it's something to keep in mind. I wouldn't go crazy respecing, but in the early respecs, it's pretty cheap. If you do it like 20 times in a row, though, it's going to get really expensive. But you can also microtransaction your way out of it and just pay whatever. I think it's always 15 shards. I might be wrong, but depending on how many points you have spent already, that might go up. But for now, we have the plat. This is what we're going to do. We respec. So now we're no longer in this tree at all. And all of our points were refunded here. And something else I want to do, since we're respecing, is if you guys are brand new to the game, let's say like you had a friend and your friend wants you to play with them. They're on a server, you join their friend's server, and they have Isle of Dread. They want you to run around and fight dinosaurs with them, so you bought Isle of Dread. Well, some of the DLCs come with these extra enhancement tomes that give you extra points. I have here, this is a racial. This one I got from, I think, Mythdraenor, and this universal, I think I got from Sharn. So, but the point is, these, you can also buy these for microtransactions on the store, right? So I use this universal enhancement, and what's going to happen is this is going to add a point over here, and it didn't update, but now it's there. See, now I have 5. And then if I use this racial tree, I think, you know what? No, this wasn't racial. This may have been the Feywilds. Forget where that racial tree came from. But you can see now I have 6. And so how this is broken out is that I've got my 4 points from my leveling up to level 2. I have the 1 universal point from that tome that I got from Sharn. And then I have the 1 racial from, I think I got it from either Feywild or Saltmarsh. The thing to keep in mind about respecking and spending points and doing this stuff is universal points can only go into universal trees. Racial points can only go into racial trees. And then your class points can go into any tree. So you can take all your class points and you can put them all in your racial point if you wanted. I wouldn't recommend that, but you could do that. You could take all your class points and put them into a universal tree. Again, I wouldn't recommend it, but you can do it. So what are we going to do? Well, we are going to try a new tree. So I wanted to try with my class points, Eldritch Knight, right? So I'm going to use this. I'm going to buy that because that's mage armor. We like mage armor. I'm going to buy that because that's some more hit points. And is there anything else I can buy? It looks like I ran out of points. But I still have 2 points here. Why is that I can't use any more? Well, it's because we ran out of class points, but we still have one racial point, which is right here. So we can spend that in the human tree. And we just have to pick one of these. So I'm going to take the universal spell power boost, which is right there. Because since we're a spellcaster, universal spell power is going to make our spells hit stronger. And you can look through these. They benefit no matter what class you are as a human. These will help you no matter what you are. They all have a bonus. It's like a buff. So there's that. Okay, now I spent my one racial point. Now there's nothing else I can do there or there. I have one universal tree. Well, what I have to do is pick whatever universal trees you have active. I think everyone gets Harper. I think, depending on what you purchased, Fade Arc Illusionist will give you more spell power, which is probably the one that I will use since I'm a wizard. But honestly, like at this point, whatever you have, like whatever you can use, Inquisitive isn't bad. Horizon Walker isn't bad. Just whatever it is, these universal trees. If you had access to all of them, let's say you invested and bought all of the DLCs, you'd probably have all of them. I think for a wizard, using Fade Arc is going to give us a little bit of a boost on our universal spell power, so that's probably the one that would help us the most in the short term. Also, I'm using a Magic Missile, which is a force spell, and this gives me a slight boost in my force damage, so that's good. So for one action point, that's a pretty good buy. And so now I've got a bunch of stuff. I got a universal point spent, I've got a racial point spent, and now I'm in a new tree doing some new stuff. And I need to do what? The number one thing that we need to do when we alter our character sheet is update our bars, because now our bars are going to be outdated, right? So we no longer have that Magic Missile SLA, that spell-like ability. We got rid of it, so we have to drag it off. And we have a new ability called Eldritch Strike, which is a melee cleave. So we're going to put that on our bar. We have our familiar, which is from our universal tree. So we're going to move that to our bar and turn it on. And we can see we actually got a little little thing that pops up over our head when we do that. It says familiar level 1. And we can actually look on our buff bar and we can actually see that now. So we can see that we have that familiar 1 that gives us +5 universal and force spell power. Since we have a buff to force spell power, what I want to do is I have this improved mage armor. So I'm going to overwrite this mage armor that's on the bar here. I'm going to get rid of it because I've got it as a spell-like ability now, right? I'm going to get rid of that one, and I'm going to pick up Magic Missile, since now I'm getting a boost to my force damage. So now I have Magic Missile. I have this Master's Touch. I have Sonic Blast, which I'm using to do damage. Although, technically, I could probably drop that. And then what I'm going to do instead of jump is take Expeditious Retreat, which will help us to run faster. So now what I have to do is keep my eyes out for an axe. Well, you know what? We got an axe. We looted one. We can buy it back. So see if I can find it. Yeah, right there. We got a Holy Axe of Assassinate. And even though it's got that little thing, we're going to buy it and use it. See if this works, right? See if this works. So there we equip it. We see this not proficient. And now if I cast Master's Touch, you can see that exclamation point goes away. Now I am proficient with this. Even though it doesn't update right there on the icon, it no longer says you get a minus 20% bonus damage debuff. So now I'm basically running around with a giant two-handed axe, and I'm in Eldritch Knight, which gave me this Eldritch Strike melee cleave that I should be able to hit things with this giant axe now. So we talked about inventory. We talked about going to the bank and putting stuff that's important in the inventory and then organizing it somehow that makes sense to you. I think something important to talk about in DDO are the bags, the bag system that they have. So the bags are what they use to sort of like organize your backpack to make it so that you aren't like overly cluttered with junk. And so we'll go pick up the other bags. I'll show you where they are. If you're brand new to the game, this stuff is free. You can just grab them. This particular one that I have in my backpack now, I got as a result of something that I purchased. I forget what, but normal accounts don't have that. So we're going to ignore that for now. All you have to do is run up and talk to this first dude right here. We're in the harbor, and you talk to this dude, and this dude will give you a red bag. So we want to take that bag and put it there, right? Got our red bag. And then what we need to do is click on the bag and click on auto gather. So now anytime you pick up a collectible, it's going to go into that auto gather bag, which is going to help keep our backpacks decluttered, right? The next person you want to talk to is Fitzpat the Fence, and Fitzpat will give you a blue bag. This is a gem bag. Open it, click on it, and then that will gather up all the gems into that bag. They're not very big bags. They don't hold a lot, but they will help you to declutter at the beginning, and you can upgrade these bags later on. You can also go to the store with microtransactions. And I keep saying this a lot, right? DDO has a lot of microtransactions, but you could, if you wanted to make your life easier, buy the convenience of buying like gargantuan bags that would hold hundreds of things. You wouldn't have to worry about it, but there's really no need to do that because you can earn this stuff in the game. It's just up to you. If you want to play that, if you like to whale out or whatever, then go for it. So we just picked up our bag here, we activate it, and so now anything that would fall into the ingredients bag will go into this bag automatically. And then what I said is, because of something I did in the past, I have a medium bag. So imagine if you did something in game and you got a medium bag, you turn that on, and then what happens is you can then get rid of the tiny bag. You just want to make sure that when you throw a bag away that it's empty. You don't want to accidentally throw away a bag that's full of stuff. So my bag has 0 of 12. It's empty. It's tiny. I'm going to keep the medium one. So I'm just going to throw out the tiny one. And so now I've got my 3 bags. There is a store where you could go and buy upgrades to these with platinum. We don't have nearly enough platinum to buy those though. But, you know, that's something that we want to keep our eye on as we level up. Updating these bags just makes it a little bit easier to manage our inventory. We talked about the bank, something that you also will notice, and we haven't received any mail in the game yet, but some quests will actually send out mail. People in game can send you mail. If it's somebody that you know, or if you mail something to another character that you have, it will show up as a confirmed. I think if they're in your guild, they show up as confirmed as well. If they're unconfirmed, it's just somebody that you don't know sending you random mail. You can read it here, and then it just gives you the normal, like, delete all, compose. And then if you join a guild, you will have a tab right here that's for guilds that will give you the ability to send guild, like guild invites to guild members and things like that. Super handy, super useful. If you did join a guild, somebody earlier asked this character if they wanted you to join a guild, and I was in the middle of something, so I didn't. But if I did join that guild, this is one of the portals I would be able to go into. This is a guild ship spire where the guild ships dock. You can go in and then go to the guild ship, and that would allow you to like get the guild buffs and to hang out with other guildies and things like that. Something else to talk about too, since we're talking about like guildies, guilds, mail, and stuff like that, is the auctioneer. So DDO is a game where you can go out and quest and find a bunch of loot, put it on the auction house, and then sell it, and people will buy it, and you can make a lot of platinum. There is also a shard vendor, so I'll show you that. So see, this is the platinum auction house. This is the astral shard auction house. They're completely different. So anything I post on the platinum auction house works with platinum. And then if I look through the items here, you can see people are posting this for platinum. If I wanted that robe and I had 1,200 plat, I could buy it. The person who posted that would get a percentage of that plat, and then I would get the item, and it would show up in my mail. I could just run over to the mailbox and pick it up. For the Astro Shard market, it's exactly the same, except it doesn't work on platinum. It works on shards, and it's exactly the same fundamentally, except if you buy and sell on here, it pulls out of your balance of shards here. So I have 15 shards. If I wanted this robe for 9, I could buy it. The person who posted it would get whatever percentage of the shards from the sale, and then this would show up in my mailbox. It's useful to do quests on the server and then turn in like your monster manual and things like that if you kill like 1,000 mummies or something. Because you can earn like 1 or 2. I think I earned these 15 Astral Shards that I have either from a gold roll or from like doing some quests on another character. And that once you have 1 Astral Shard, it allows you to post something on this. So if you found something that you thought was really cool, you could post it on this market for, let's say you found something that you don't have a clue how much it costs, but you have 1 Astral Shard, you post it for 20 Astral Shards and somebody buys it. Well, now you have whatever the balance would be, like 16 Astral Shards or something like that. But you just made a profit, and now you can take the rest of those Astral Shards and list more stuff, and it would just allow you to make some Astral Shards in game. It's also another source of microtransaction where you could just go and buy a bunch of Astral Shards, and if you wanted to just do like a pay to win scenario, you could buy up like 2,000 Astral Shards and then just search here for what you're looking for. I want a magic ring, I want a magic staff, and then somebody probably listed it for shards. You could buy it and then just run around with a bunch of Uber gear. Again, that's up to you. If you want to, spend the money as opposed to the time farming for stuff in game, but it's all available in game. The different NPCs in the city on the map are listed by they look like different symbols. So at some point, if you wanted to like talk to the ship vendor, it looks like an anchor. If you want to talk to the bank, it looks like a bag. If you want to talk to the mailbox there, it looks like a little script. And the different quests look like little chalices, and the quest givers have these like chalices over their heads. You talk to them, hey, what's this butcher's path? And they're going to say, oh, this is the quest. And they give it to you. And then what happens is on the map, you'll see a little flashy place show up. And that's where you're going to go. So if we were going to do the quest we just picked up, it's right here. And we can select a difficulty and go in. It's worth like looking around and talking to the different NPCs. You may, talk to people about different things and unlock quests, get items and get different things. Like there are vendors that sell augments and stuff like that. This person is the favor. So let's talk really quickly about favor. This is probably like worthy of another entire video, but so if we open up this, it looks like a little green book. It's the Adventure Compendium. And we click on patrons. You can see we have a bunch of empty lists, but some of them are starting to fill up with points. And that's because we have done quests that are important to that represented group. And so you can read through and see what the group is, where your favor with them is. And if you, like you can see here at the university, we're just a freshman. For the Shard City Council, they're neutral. For the Harpers, they have no idea. They've never heard of us. We're unknown. For the Summer Court, we're an outsider. The more quests you do for a specific faction, the higher this goes, and then you can level them up. This total favor levels up with this Drow Elder right here, and he's in the harbor. This Drow Elder will level up the total favor down the bottom. So you may find during the game, if you were favor farming and doing a lot of quests for favor, that you would come back and talk to this Drow often. It's worth that if you're brand new to the game, because this Drow Elder will unlock things for your account that will help you out. Like it will unlock the ability for you to make a Warforged, I think. Did they change that? It used to be Drow, now it's a Warforged. It's just worth checking back. You can get like an ability tome from them. You can get, I think you can get 32-point builds from them too, right? Or I might be wrong, but it's something like that. The way that we do things, it's very unique in this game. So there's a lot to add if you like to do very complex builds in a complex game. It's definitely like there is a high barrier to entry with a lot of the complexity. So I'm trying to give like a really simple account of how to get started. I think that's a great point, Nighthair, about the armor class +4 from Barkskin Potions. I think that solving problems in DDO with potions is a great early way to solve problems because they don't cost that much. All you need to do to access potions is to find a vendor. So like we were just saying, go around and talk to all the different vendors. I know, for an example, in the marketplace, there's a vendor right over here that sells potions, and you can see, like, just running around, there's a lot of vendors. There's brokers down there. There's a whole bunch of hireling vendors there. There's just vendors and NPCs everywhere. It's worth running around and talking to all of these things because you may learn something or pick something up that you weren't aware of. So here's a potion vendor, and you can see, like, it's some of the potions are super cheap, like 6 platinum. And some of them are super expensive, like 90 platinum. I would recommend going through this list and buying like 3 of each. Remove poison, like the poison neutralization, the curse removal, the blindness removal, like just so you have a good example of what I'm talking about is, so I'll buy one. I don't have that much money, so I'm going to buy 1 of each just for now, just to make a point. So there's a lesser restore, there's a poison removal. I need a disease removal. I need a blindness removal. Okay, how close am I? Yeah, that's probably about it. You know what? I don't need to worry about the disease because I'll have a cleric. You know what I want to get is a curse. They can remove the curse too, though, right? Like, yeah, let's just do those 3 then, since I can get a cleric that will handle the other 2. And so what we do with these potions now, we want to lock them so we don't accidentally sell them. And this is what we were doing in the store. You can also do it from your bag. Just highlight the item and then just hit this little lock here. If we unlock it and then hit this, that marks it as trash. So if you go to the vendor and you say sell trash, it'll sell everything that you mark like that. But we want to keep it. And then basically we also have to drag these things to our bar. So if we need a lesser restoration, we can cast it from that. We need to neutralize poison, we can cast it from that. And if we got blinded, we need to remove blindness, we can cast it from that. So that's good. That solves some of those problems. The next thing too, we can look at the wand vendor and see if there's anything that we can afford to buy. Well, we can see, like, let's see if there's a heal wand. There is. So cure light wounds. We have a 15% chance to activate a Cure Light Wounds wand, which is terrible. Like that, we would probably be standing there all day trying to cast that. So that's not necessarily something at the moment that would help us at all. But it's good to check back because as we get our UMD up and as we get more gear on and our character gets stronger, we may be able to actually utilize some of these wands that right now we can't utilize. So probably the next thing that's important as far as these vendors right here are these reagent vendors. So we talked a little about reagents. So I've got some level 1 reagents on me. I only have 92 of them. I should probably buy like 100 more. So now I have 192. And then eventually, once I get level 2 spells, I would want to buy like 100 of these. So I have the level 2 mat. Otherwise, if I don't have the material and it needs the material, I wouldn't be able to cast a spell. So it's something that on a caster, you always want to make sure that you have the materials. And we can see these inscription materials. So here's an example of what I was talking about earlier. And this is for the spellbook only characters. But on a wizard, I can buy some inscription materials and then I can go over to this vendor who sells all the different level 1 scrolls, and I can buy one of these. Let's buy Shocking Bolt, right? We'll buy Shocking Bolt. I don't know this spell already. If I look at my spell book right here, I don't know it, but if I target it and then hit this scribe right here, you can see it's inscribing. And now the spell will be in my list of spells. I just bought shocking, whatever it is, right? Where is it? Right there. So now I have it scribed. So now if I go to an inn, I can actually use this spell. I could just swap it out and use it. Looks like I'm in a regeneration zone that's allowing me to swap out spells. Oh no, it actually let me swap out a spell here. I didn't know that we could swap out spells right here. That's pretty cool. Something else that we should probably talk about that you will run into as a new player is the gold roll, silver roll system. So this is something they do. It's called daily dice. Every week you get a free gold roll and they do a silver roll every day. So I've got my weekly. We'll do it here, and you get to roll from 1 to 100, and you can get some pretty cool stuff. I rolled a 12. I got a crystal for 1,000 experience, and I also got a bunch of platinum. You can see I got a whole bunch of platinum. So now I have over 10,000 platinum. So these gold rolls really help. So that's yet another microtransaction. If you wanted to just blast yourself a bunch of gold rolls, you could get a bunch of stuff early. If you didn't, though, you get a free one every week, and then you get a free silver one every day. And here's our silver. I just got 400 experience and a potion of Rising Fury. And I can use these experience stones. You can see that just added experience. I'm going to use the 1,000 XP stone now. And I used enough to get a point. So I can actually boost one of these. So I will. I'm going to demonstrate something here. This is really important. If we look at this buff, this mage armor buff, it's a +3 exceptional bonus to our total armor class, right? +3 exceptional bonus to our total armor class. And then if I go in here and I update that, now it says it's a +6 bonus to my armor class, right? We can see it, +6. But if I look at this bar still says +3. So what we need to do is take this new ability and overwrite it. So now it says +6. That's super important to get that, just because this is not something that is intuitive at all to new players to this game. So if you can grasp that, if you can avoid making mistakes where you're not like making updates from your character sheet to the actual bars, then you're going to be ahead of like 90% of the players who like are casual and are running around with abilities that they got at level 1 that they never updated. And you might think, no, that never happens. People don't do that. Yeah, they do. Fast travel. So fast travel, it's not like in this game, it's not like other MMOs where there's like a giant area where you can ride from city to city. Like if we're in this part of the market and we want to go into like the enclave for House Fjarlin, we go through this door, it warps us there. It doesn't show us the travel. And that's the case for most travel in DDO. Like all of these quests, if I pick up like one of these quests over here, these are much higher level quests than I am right now, so this isn't really like a great example. But if I were to do the quest at this jungle clearing and I enter, it's going to take me to a jungle clearing that is not on this map that I'm in. It's going to be way out in the middle of the jungle on the island somewhere, but it doesn't actually show me the travel there. The fast travel in this game is all invisible. It all happens behind the scenes. A good example of this is if I were to talk to this dude, the ruins of Threnal, if we were to look at a map of Zendrik, are way far away from the city that we're in now. But if I were to click, I've heard enough, get me there, I would just warp there. How they do that in the lore is there's a group of druids called the Gatekeepers, and they are responsible for warping you around. There's also another house, I think it's House Larandar. They're responsible for like the ships that fly through the air. If we look around, we'll see a bunch Like if we were to go to Sharn, we'd see an airship, and we will do one of the fast travel options. So if you buy any of the expansion pack DLCs, if you get like a collector edition or better, I think, or maybe it's the ultimate edition, you can get these, the Sharn Pass, the Bottle of Mist, although I'm not sure if that's available anymore. You can get the teleport pin, the salt marsh compass, that sort of thing. So if we do this, we travel really quickly, but again, it's the same sort of travel that we're dealing with in the entire game, where we just warp there. It's not like WoW, you jump on a taxi and you take a 40-minute taxi ride, you fly through the air. See, we do have these airships, but it's all implied that we've been on the ships, but they don't actually show you. So if you were hoping like this game was kind of like WoW in the sense that you could just ride from city to city, it's not the same at all. This game is really like quest to quest to quest. That's how you travel around, and there isn't a lot of actual travel time, which is good because it respects your time. But if you were looking for that sort of like Fellowship of the Ring, wandering through the Lone Lands kind of thing, it's not. This game really doesn't have that. And we do have monster zones where you can go and like be in a zone where you would like fight monsters and experience things, but it's not anything like WoW or Elder Scrolls or Lord of the Rings Online, or you name another MMO. It's not like any of those. It's completely unique in that sense. So the last thing to talk about is how to find a group. So what you have to do is open your social menu. Now you're done and you're ready to look. And what you'd want to do in this list here is just look for quests that are your level. So we're only level 2. There isn't anyone questing at level 2 on this server that I can join. But if there were, I would just have to click that, and then I would just hit this little join button down here. If I wanted to talk to the party leader, I could just click this button here, and I could send them a message, hey, I'm looking to do this quest, can I join, or whatever. Or if you felt comfortable enough making a group, you can click this button here, and then in this selector, it allows you to pick the classes that you think are okay for your party. It would allow you to pick the quest. It would allow you to pick the difficulty of the quest, right? So let's say we wanted to do Violent Delights on Reaper as an example. Although we'll do Elite, and that's level 1 to 2. And we're going to advertise this to players. We'll see this update in real time over here. So there's me. I just updated it. There's Violent Delights Elite, and that's level 2. You see, so if I saw that, I could click it and I could join it. I mean, I can't do that because I'm the quest maker, right? But that's what you would do. And then once you get into a party, you basically have to know where this quest is in order to get into it. But if you did, then you just enter the quest, and quest and everything is great. Now I just turn that off. It's pretty much as simple as that. If we had a guild, the guild tab would appear here. We could create a guild if we wanted. This is also unlike other MMOs where they have a system where you need to purchase a writ and get like 5 or 10 members to join with you in order to make a guild, or you need to spend a bunch of money in order to establish your kin or whatever. This is not like that. In this game here, you can just do my guilds and then create, and it would, if somebody already used that name, but if it didn't, it would have made my guild. So, and then if I want to do Gandalf's guild, since I'm Gandalf, right? On this character anyway. Gandalf's guild, right? Create guild. All right, there we go. It's literally that easy. It doesn't cost you any money. Where they make money, where they charge you money is buying the ship and then getting all the updates for the ship. But actually having a guild, getting people in the guild, like all this is free. And once you get to level 5, you can send guild mail and get all your stuff into it. If you have friends who are playing, you can add them to your friends list. They'll all appear here. And then if you're looking for somebody, like if you joined a server and I'm on Gandalf and my friend said that they're playing on Elrond, I could just search for Elrond here. and see if they're online. If they were, I could send them a whisper and say, hey, it's me. And then, you know, I could add them to my guild. I could join their guild. I could quest with them, whatever. Like it's really simple social menu that we have. And you can see here a list of all the different people, all the different levels that they're on, all the different guilds. You see it's quite a bit of guilds and people, and then a lot of like very high level players, a lot of mid-level, and then a lot of low level too. The last thing I think we should probably talk about is how to get a mount. So unfortunately, the easiest answer is you can buy one in the store. There's microtransaction where you can get a mount. If you want a mount immediately, probably the easiest way. But you can also go to the Borderlands and then farm for feathers. So I will show you what I mean. Because if you farm for enough feathers, you can just buy a horse. So probably the Salt Marsh would be like the best. Now, if you buy any of the DLCs, they will come with a horse or a mount or something like that. And I'll give you an example. So I bought the Sinister Secret of the Salt Marsh. This is the bar for that. And then if I look at my character, I've got these 4 tabs over here. That's my main character tab. This is the tab for gear, individual gear pieces. This is the tab for pets. So if you wanted to run around with a pet out, like if I wanted to have that little panther out, I could. There he is. And these panthers are, it's 100% cosmetic. It's everything about them is just basically like something cool. And then you can buy more in the store if you want from little microtransactions, but they don't really do anything in game. They're just cool to look at. And then here's the mount, the stable list. So I have a few mounts in here. This is the latest one that I got from Mithran, or we'll go to the Gatekeeper Grove and then I'll summon it. So I'll show you exactly how to do it. So basically, if you have a horse, you have to drag the token to your bar and then you click on the token and then it allows you to mount up. So that's the mount from the latest Mithranor. Then you can ride around on it. If you take enough damage, you can be dismounted. So if you're riding through a bunch of mobs and they're attacking you, you can be dismounted. But if you were dismounted, you could easily just click the icon and just mount up again. Like that's pretty simple. And then if you didn't want to buy a DLC or didn't want to do a microtransaction to get one, you come into the Gatekeeper's Grove from the harbor and you go to the Keep on the Borderlands. And then in the Keep on the Borderlands, this is also a great place to go if you're new. You can go out into this zone and explore and open the chests and get a bunch of loot. But there are these wondrous mount vendors here, and they will sell you for feathers, 15 feathers, they'll sell you a horse. You can get a super fast horse if you find a magic horseshoe. You can upgrade your existing chestnut horse as an example and get a super fast chestnut horse. But in the short term, all you have to do is go out into this Slayer zone. It's level 1. And then out in this zone, there are a bunch of chests, like just random encounters. Like there's one straight ahead, like right there. Potentially, they're not always there. You just loot those and they have a chance of having the feathers in them. And then if you get 15 feathers, you can come back and get a horse. So it doesn't take that long. You probably have to grind for it maybe for like an afternoon, and you could probably do it maybe a day, depending on what your luck is. It's basically RNG, you know. This quest pack is also really good. All these quests will give you a whole bunch of good gear. If you guys made it through all that stuff, you guys are champs. Let me know if you think that I missed something, or if you had any advice for something that you wish that you knew when you were new.
Where are you going? Hunting for gold that is flowing. Somewhere in the cold world, yet there is no knowing. Hey la, oh la 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 la. We love games. going. There's no knowing what magic awaits, what evil is growing. Hey la, oh la la la. Ooh, we love games. There's a standing stone. Let's make camp. We love games. Let's make camp and play more games. Hey la, oh la la. We love games. We love games. All crypts is folly. Just play games and be jolly. Magical treasures hide in the dark, so rest and embark. Ooh, we love games. There's a standing stone. Let's make camp. We love games. Let's make camp and play more games. Hey la, oh la la. We love games. Hunting on princess folly. Just play games and be jolly. Magical treasures hide in the dark, so rest and embark. We love games. There's a standing stone. Let's make camp. We love games. Let's make camp and play more games. Hey la.